Telling someone you're LGBTQ is scary, but this video series will help. Welcome everyone to Powered and Protected by Rainbows. I am of course your host, Matt Haslam. And before we jump into our episode, first off, don't forget to like this video, comment down below your LGBTQ friendly thoughts, and hit that rainbow subscribe button so you don't miss out on new episodes of Season 3. Anyway, on to our show. In this special series, we're going to be talking about the coming out process, and giving some advice on how to come out to your family or friends. For this series, we're actually working with several organizations, getting advice and interviews from experts. Before we wrote any of the scripts for this series, we had massive help from the Trevor Project, the Pennsylvania Equality Project, and many more amazing organizations. We've done all of this work to ensure it is the best possible info for you, because I know how scary it is to come out, and I know how hard it is to find accurate information while still trying to hide it from your family and friends. So let's begin our series discussing what sexuality and gender identity are, and that way you understand the terms we'll be using in future episodes of the series. A lot of times you might hear activists or experts using the term SOGI, spelled S-O-G-I, which is an acronym meaning sexual orientation and gender identity. We just abbreviate it because saying sexual orientation and gender identity over and over is a really long-winded way to say it. So what exactly is sexual orientation? Well, it includes different forms of attraction, behaviors, and identities. But in basic terms, it identifies who you are attracted to. When you're young, you might look at your parents, or look at character couples in your TV shows and movies, and think to yourself that sexual orientation looks like this: that a relationship is strictly between one man and one woman. In fact, depending on where you live, your school cannot legally teach you otherwise. But for more than 10% of the population, their sexual orientation looks more like this, where you can be in a relationship with a man or a woman or non-binary person. Or this, and you only want a relationship with another woman. Or this, where you're like me and only want a relationship with another man. But in school, or when you're young, they don't really teach you that in many cases sexual orientation can actually look more like this. And you might ask, why is this? Well, if you look at your parents, you might see a relationship where your mom and dad are attracted to each other in many ways. Emotionally, physically, sexually, mentally, sensually, aesthetically, and romantically. But that's not the way it works for everyone. Sexuality is a spectrum. So you can find yourself being attracted to someone in all of these 7 categories, or just some of these 7 categories, or none of them at all. For instance, you could be romantically attracted to men and emotionally attracted to women, or sexually attracted to non-binary and men, and have no romantic attraction to anyone. So while you might have been taught in school that there is only one sexual orientation of one man and one woman who are attracted to each other in all 7 categories, the truth is that there are endless combinations of sexualities. All 7 of these categories have a spectrum, which looks like this. And you can find yourself classified anywhere on any of those 7 spectrums at the same time. In fact, if you watched our previous episode on pride flags and what they all mean, there were dozens of flags to describe sexual orientations and gender identities. So there are literally endless combinations of sexual orientations and gender identities. That's important for you to hear at this moment, so you know that it's perfectly fine if you don't fit into one of the main checkboxes on the list of orientations or identities. There will always be a place for you here in the LGBTQ community. And as I said, just like there are endless sexual orientations, there are also endless gender identities. So what is gender identity? It describes our internal understanding and experience of our own gender. Each person's experience with their gender identity is unique and personal. Gender expression describes the way in which we present ourselves, which can include physical appearance, clothing, hairstyles, and behaviors. When you're born, you're taught that you're either a boy or a girl. This is called your sex assigned at birth. When you're born, doctors decide whether female or male will be listed on your birth certificate, and oftentimes this is based solely on your genitals. For instance, I have a penis, so I was assigned male at birth. As I grew up, I always felt the male gender identity described my internal understanding and experience of my own gender. And I always expressed my gender through male physical appearance, clothing, hairstyles, and behaviors. And when we're talking about gender identity, you might hear the term cisgender fairly often, which is when someone's gender identity and expression align with their sex assigned at birth. Therefore, I am technically considered a cisgender male. And while many people were taught that gender identity looks like this, the truth is that gender identity looks more like this. And you can identify anywhere on this chart if your experience with your internal understanding and experience of your own gender differs from the sex you were assigned at birth. Being transgender is when your gender identity differs from the sex you were assigned at birth. Many transgender people will transition to align their gender expression with their gender identity. However, you do not have to transition in order to be transgender. Another gender identity is called non-binary, and this is for people who experience their gender identity and their gender expression as outside the male and female gender binary. Many different categories are used for non-binary, such as gender fluid, gender queer, polygender, bigender, demigender, and agender. But when it comes to gender, the most common way to communicate your gender to others is by the pronouns you want others to address you by. For example, since I am a cisgender male, I ask people to address me as he, him, his, and himself. But how you want others to address you is your decision, and only your decision. For clarification on this, here is a list of pronoun combinations you might want others to address you as, and these typically match your gender identity and expression. Studies show that when non-binary or transgender individuals are addressed by their proper pronouns, which they chose for themselves, it decreases suicidal thoughts by 29%, and suicidal behavior by 56%. And if you identify as non-binary, please know that you're not the only one. In fact, 25% of LGBTQ youth identify as outside the gender binary. But one of the most common misconceptions you might hear others have is grouping us all together. For example, when people hear the acronym LGBTQ, because we don't have proper LGBTQ education in our schools yet, some people grow up thinking or assuming that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, and non-binary are all the same, but they are not. For example, I am a cisgender male and I am also gay. I identify my sexual orientation by one of those letters in that LGBTQ acronym, the G standing for gay, but I don't identify as transgender or non-binary. If you are lesbian, gay, bisexual, or pansexual, it does not mean you are transgender or non-binary. Just like if you're transgender or non-binary, it does not mean you're gay, bisexual, or pansexual. Though we celebrate Pride events together and we are part of a large community together, one does not automatically mean the other. With that said, you could be both transgender or non-binary and also gay, bisexual, or pansexual. And I realize there are genders and sexual orientations I'm not listing here, but there are simply too many to name in a short episode. So to make things simpler to describe, I am listing these orientations and identities merely as main examples. Another example I want to highlight is a friend of mine, who you'll actually meet later in this series. He is a trans male, meaning although he was female sex assigned at birth, his gender identity and expression are male. He is engaged to a cisgender female, so technically speaking, his sexual orientation is defined as straight and heterosexual. The final term you should know before we continue in this series is called dead name. The term only applies to transgender and non-binary individuals, and it refers to the name they were assigned at birth. For example, if you were born by the name of Stephen, and your gender identity and expression does not match the male binary, a part of the transitioning process to being transgender or non-binary would be to change your name legally to something more feminine or outside the gender binary. If you were assigned the name at birth of Alex, which is a unisex name, you could choose to keep that name if you wanted. But no matter the case, if you change your name to something to match your gender identity and expression, the name you were assigned at birth, which you no longer use, becomes your dead name. This name is no longer used and is dead to you. And for this reason, it is imperative that those around you address you by your chosen name and your chosen pronouns. LGBTQ. It's an acronym that is often made fun of by people who don't understand our community, or people that just like to hate other people for some weird reason. You might have heard of our community referred to as the Alphabet Mafia.
I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
Which, I'll admit, is objectively funny. But what does LGBTQ stand for, and what is the real gay agenda? This episode is sponsored by the all-new Gay Agenda Notebook, with over 100 pages for you to take notes from your favorite rainbow show, read all about the gay agenda, and where you'll find your favorite characters from Powered by Rainbows, including Mr. Nutterbutters, Shadow, and more. It's available now in paperback and hardcover using the link below. LGBTQIA is an acronym, so first, let's break it down. L stands for lesbian. This is a noun that refers to a woman who loves other women. Lesbians make up 19% of those that openly identify as members of our community. G stands for gay, which technically means anyone who loves someone of the same gender, and that includes lesbian. But generally, the word gay is used to refer to a man loving another man. Gay men make up 36% of those that self-identify as members of our community. The B stands for bisexual, which means someone is attracted to two genders, one of which could be their own gender, but does not necessarily have to be. They make up over 40% of those that identify as members of our community. T stands for transgender, which means someone's gender identity doesn't match their sex assigned at birth. For example, a girl who was born with male body parts, or a boy who was born with female body parts. Transgender people make up 5% of those who identify as members of our community. Q stands for queer or questioning. Queer is a term used to describe someone in the LGBTQ community, but with a lot less syllables, and it helps people better understand our whole community using just one word. I stands for intersex, which means a person is born with a combination of male and female biological traits. And finally, A stands for asexual or aromantic, and it means a person is not sexually or romantically attracted to any gender, but they can still have relationships and friendships. You might assume from the LGBTQ acronym that our community is small, but the truth is, up to 20.8% of the world's population are members of our community. In fact, if we had our own country, the LGBTQ would be the single largest country by population, surpassing China and India both individually, and surpassing the United States, Indonesia, Pakistan, Brazil, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Russia combined. But why is our community so large? Well, it's because it includes millions of gender identities on the gender spectrum, and hundreds of millions of orientations on the 7 spectrums of attraction. In fact, most analysts believe the queer community is much larger, and the only reason that only 20.8% openly identify as members of our community is because many countries, including the United States, have so much discrimination at all levels of government that it prevents more people from openly admitting they belong to the community. So someone questioning their gender or wondering if they are attracted to someone of the same gender is completely normal and perfectly healthy. A big misconception about our community is the science behind it. You might have heard that it's a choice to be gay or bisexual, but how we love is embedded deep in our DNA, long before we are born. And science has now proven that if someone is gay, chances are someone in their parents' generation, if not the parents of the queer child themselves, are members of the LGBTQ as well. So there is a direct link passed on through generations, embedded in your genetic code. Similarly, there's a scientific law that proves your gender identity is valid. Your gender is actually determined by your brain, and MRI brain scans prove trans women have brains closely resembling cisgender women. And nowadays, hospitals and medical care facilities around the world are luckily helping trans people better understand how normal and perfectly healthy it is to be trans. It should be noted that if someone identifies as gay, it does not mean they are trans, and vice versa. These are two separate entities entirely, even though they are included in the same LGBTQ acronym. A child as young as 3 years old can start figuring out their gender identity, and children of all ages start figuring out who they were meant to love and who they are attracted to. But children who start questioning these things are not always surrounded by friends and family members who love them unconditionally. So if you start noticing your child flirting with someone of the same gender, or start to go against the typical gender roles we assign them, make sure they know how much you love them no matter what. Sadly, a lot of LGBTQ kids feel like they're alone, even though 20.8% of the world is just like them. In fact, over 1,500 known animal species on Earth have LGBTQ members. This includes giraffes, dolphins, lions, monkeys, chickens, cats, dogs, and more. Some of the greatest people who have ever lived were members of our community, including Abraham Lincoln, Alexander Hamilton, Leonardo da Vinci, Sir Francis Bacon, Aubrey Beardsley, Charles Demuth, Oscar Wilde, Michelangelo, and more. In fact, many people believe our community only started in 1969 at the Stonewall riots, but the only reason those riots happened was to gain back the freedoms and equal rights that were stolen from our community years before it. As far back as history can record, in 9600 BC, there were gay cavemen roaming the earth. In 3000 BC, there were transgender people that were so widely accepted for their gender identity that they were buried according to their gender identity instead of their sex assigned at birth. In the Egyptian Empire, there were gay pharaohs, and in the Roman Empire, there was even a god of homosexuality named Antinous. History books won't tell you the story of Baron Friedrich von Steuben, who was the gay man who led the infantry, and Casimir Pulaski, who led the cavalry to win the American Revolution. All the while, another gay man named George Washington played politics and became the first president of the United States. Ever since religious translators in 1946 made wild accusations to justify their own actions, being gay was suddenly compared to pedophilia, even though our community has never accepted or fought for the rights of minor attracted individuals. But it was thanks to these wild religious accusations that suddenly made millions of people worldwide believe being gay was a sin. But if you look back to the original scripture, being gay, bisexual, or even transgender were widely accepted in every major religion known today. There are a lot of misconceptions about our community, mostly because a positive LGBTQ education in our schools is only mandatory in a few progressive states. Sadly, other states try to hide history, health, science, and even math away from kids. These misconceptions invite the horrible outcomes we see today. Bisexual couples walking down the street holding hands are beaten up. Gay children are murdered for trying to find a boyfriend. Transgender people are assaulted regularly for using the appropriate restroom. And our police departments are now protecting the criminals who commit these crimes. We endlessly debate the rights and freedoms of LGBTQ people in courtrooms, in legislative branches, and in school board meetings across the country and around the world, as if the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness of every citizen can be debated. It's directly because of this discrimination that makes 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously consider suicide every year. Those who hate our community blame us for everything, and even harass children who wear rainbows on their t-shirts, and say they should have a right to check the genitals of children before they enter restrooms, which is creepy. A gay man named Gilbert Baker designed the rainbow flag back in 1978, but this rainbow flag represents more freedoms and equality than any country, state, or local flag combined. It symbolizes our entire mission statement, sometimes called the gay agenda. That agenda is to love one another no matter what. And that's it. That's our whole agenda. So please go out there and be yourself. Love whomever you were meant to love. And express your gender no matter what that gender is. Because I promise you, it's valid and perfect in every way. In the first part of this coming out advice series, we discussed what sexual orientation and gender identity are. We also went over some basic things you need to know, such as sexuality and gender being a spectrum. Now, the first piece of advice we have is to let you know that you are not alone. Just in case you don't watch this episode in its entirety, which we encourage you to do, please know that the LGBTQ community is massive, and it is always loving and supportive of who you are and who you love. An estimated 10% of the world's population is LGBTQ. So with 7.8 billion people on Earth, over 780 million people are just like you. No matter how conservative or deeply hateful your area or country is, 10% of those in your hometown are LGBTQ. So please know that no matter what happens, you are never alone in this, and the LGBTQ will always be by your side. Our second tip is to not feel pressured to come out. Your sexual orientation and gender identity are inherently personal to you. So please don't ever feel like you have to tell anyone at all that you're gay, bisexual, pansexual, transgender, non-binary, or anywhere else on the spectrum of sexual orientation or gender identity. Straight and cisgender people don't have to come out as straight and cisgender, so it's not always mandatory that you come out at all. And putting that pressure on yourself is going to cause you more stress, no doubt. Always remember that coming out to anyone is a celebration of who you are and who you love. But coming out is your celebration. When you're young, you might not get to choose who all comes to your birthday party or your graduation party. Sometimes your family or friends invite people whom you didn't approve of being there. But coming out is the first and only time when you and only you get to decide who is invited. So if you don't feel comfortable coming out to everyone, you don't have to come out to them. And they weren't cool enough to be invited to your party anyway. If you don't want certain people to know, you don't have to tell them. And even after you come out to anyone, it is imperative you tell them to keep it to themselves. No one in the world has the right to out you to anyone else. You are the only one who gets to decide who is invited to your party and who knows you're LGBTQ. So don't let anyone else invite other people to your party without your permission. And please don't feel that pressure. If now is not the right time to come out, that's okay. As I said in a previous episode of Childhood Signs I Was Gay, I knew that I was gay when I was 11 years old. I knew I would never have a wife, but someday my future husband and I would have that picket fence life that we all dream about having one day. But I didn't come out to anyone until my 25th birthday in 2017 to a friend of mine who is also LGBTQ. And even then, I waited another 6 months until Christmas Day in 2017 to come out to my dad, sister, and brother-in-law. And still then, I didn't come out to almost anyone else until June of the following year. And coming from experience, if I can go back, I wouldn't change a thing about it. This was my journey, and I'm quite proud of it. So if it's not the right time now, know that it's okay to wait. With that said, there is no right or wrong age to come out either. If you're 11 and already know that you're gay or transgender or non-binary, some people might say you are too young to know who you are and who you love yet. But coming from experience, I personally know that you can, in fact, know all of those things, even at a younger age than I was at 11. And coming from advice of experts and trained counselors in this specific field of study, literally, I have yet to talk with someone or read a study from someone who says there is any certain age where you are too young to know who you love and who you are. So please don't listen to the haters. But if you decide that it might be the right time to come out, then the first thing you'll want to do is test the waters. Just like our parents taught us to ride a bike with training wheels before they took them off, or put our toes in the water first to see if it's too cold to swim yet. Coming out is very similar. So ask yourself these questions. Whoever you want to come out to, when you talk to them or hear them speak with other people, do they put down LGBTQ people? Do they invoke LGBTQ stereotypes? Do they say things like faggot or tranny when talking about the LGBTQ, both of which are horrible words to use? Do they make fun of the LGBTQ community or say that all gay and transgender people are going to hell or that we're invoking our gay agenda? If so, it may not be the best timing to come out to them, or they might not be the right people to come out to. So you don't have to invite them to your party and come out to them at all. But if you can't recall them putting down the LGBTQ community, or at least not in recent months or years, because please remember, people can change their ways and be more loving and kinder, the next step in testing the waters is to ask them about how they feel about the topic without telling them you belong to the community. Maybe ask them about an LGBTQ celebrity, and ask them something like, I saw this video of Ellen DeGeneres, and she seems like such a nice woman. Now, your parents or friends can talk about Ellen, but everyone knows she is a lesbian and married to Portia de Rossi. But they don't know that you know that information. If you're coming out as gay, tell them that you just saw Anderson Cooper had his first son, and his son is so adorable. They might know that Anderson Cooper is gay, but again, they don't know that you know that information. Coming out as transgender? How do they feel about Laverne Cox? Coming out as non-binary? How do they feel about Sam Smith? Now for me, I asked my family how they felt about a friend of mine who is very openly LGBTQ. How did they feel about me hanging out with them? Were they okay with it, or did they have any cautions? But my family told me that it didn't matter to them who my friend wanted to marry someday, so I felt more comfortable telling them that I was gay. But if testing the waters doesn't go well, they might not be the right person to come out to, or this might not be the right time, and that's okay. Remember, you don't owe anyone this information, and you don't owe anyone an invite to your celebration of who you are and who you love. That's why we have this testing the waters phase, where we test the waters to see if it's okay to come out to them, to see if it's okay to invite them to our party. Our next piece of advice is to ensure that you are going to be safe. Your safety is always more important than anything else. Coming out doesn't always end the way we hope it will, with a giant hug of acceptance. But if it doesn't end well, please know that it is not your fault it ended that way. You are perfect in every way, being your true self, and you deserve to be accepted with open arms, care, and love. No matter how accepting you think your parents, family, or friends will be, we always suggest to prepare for the worst. I'm not saying the worst is going to happen, and I'm not trying to scare you, but as a Boy Scout for many years, I know it's always best to be prepared for everything. In these situations, the Trevor Project suggests that you can prepare a backup plan for housing, food, school, and/or transportation, just in case. For example, would a friend of yours be okay with you spending the night, or letting you eat dinner with their family for the night? If it doesn't go well, be sure you have a way out of that situation. So maybe when you tell them, make sure you're the one closest to the door, and know where your friend's house is. Make sure you have the number for the Trevor Project on your phone and ready to call, just in case. You can call them day or night, or you can text START to 678-678, chat with them at trevorchat.org, or connect with support groups and allies at trevorspace.org. One of the most common arguments you might hear against being LGBTQ is a faith-based argument. Those you come out to might throw some scripture at you, but you should know that being gay is not a sin in any of the major religions of the world. So if you think they might throw some scripture at you, I suggest watching our episode called Being Gay is Not a Sin. They might also say that being gay or transgender or non-binary is a choice. But literally, hundreds of scientific studies prove that being LGBTQ is in your DNA, from the moment you are conceived to the moment you pass. You cannot change that, and it is not a choice. As one of our viewers pointed out in the comments, you are born with the gender identity you were always meant to be. Sometimes your sex assigned at birth does not always match that gender identity, so coming out as the proper gender identity is simply a way of matching your gender expression with your true gender identity. Just like being gay, bisexual, or anywhere else on the sexual orientation spectrum, you were and always will be where you are on that spectrum. I was always gay and I will forever be gay. Coming out is just my way to tell people because I want them to join in my party and celebrate with me. And to all of the haters who think that being gay is a choice or think it is a sin, first off, they are not following science or any factual argument. As the host of my celebration, I have the power to throw them out of my life and throw them out of my party until they start accepting me for who I truly am. Next, think about how you want to come out to someone. We suggest coming out to one person at a time. If you come out to the world all at once in a Facebook post, you're sure to get 99% of the comments accepting you, but you might also get a few which don't accept you. As you come out to one or two people at a time, you build up this armor, which helps us protect ourselves more and more to come out to the next person. Pretty soon, when and if you meet someone who doesn't accept you, their words of hate bounce off you because your emotional armor is bulletproof thanks to the support group you already built up. But next, plan how you want to come out. Some awesome ways to come out are by calling someone on the phone, sending them a text message, an email, writing them a letter, or talking with them in person. For instance, I wrote my family a 6-page letter, which I rewrote about a dozen times. In the end, they hugged me and told me that I could have just said 2 words, that I'm gay. And they would have accepted me just the same. Now, I came out to my dad as bisexual first, to see how he felt about the idea of me possibly ending up with a man someday. And it was only after our first conversation when I told him that I was actually gay and not bisexual. But how you do it is a personal choice you can make here. The Trevor Project suggests that you should also think about what they might say in reply to this news. What are some good responses you might hear? What are some bad responses? We've spoken a lot about how to prepare if they don't accept you, but most importantly, be ready for them to give you the biggest hug in the whole world too. Next, consider the timing of the situation. If you come out to them right as you're leaving for school or for work, even in the best situation where they accept you fully, they don't have the time to show you that acceptance and give you a giant hug. So what time works best for you and what time works best for them? Next, consider the location. Would you rather come out in a public setting like a restaurant or a park, so others might be around to help you if it doesn't go well? Maybe somewhere public would cause them to remain calm if they don't accept you fully. But maybe a more private setting, such as your home, is where you feel most comfortable telling them over a dinner table. It is all up to you. Like I said, this is your party, so not only do you get to decide who is invited and when they are invited to your party, but you also get to decide where your celebration will take place. If you're coming out at school or at work, it can be a great way to connect with other LGBTQ classmates or coworkers. So ask yourself, how accepted are other LGBTQ people in your school or place of work? For example, in high school, there was a boy who was open about being gay, but he was bullied worse than I was because of it. So that wasn't the right time or place for me to come out personally. But other schools in the country have gay-straight alliance clubs called GSA clubs, which you could join to get the help and support you need. So maybe before coming out, ask your guidance counselors if they have a GSA club at your school. But for instance, where I work now, there are other gay people who work there, and they have rainbow flags on the walls of our office. My employer even let someone go from the company for calling me a faggot over and over. So we all know now that our employer supports us and we feel safe working there. So ask yourself these questions before coming out at school or your job? How would being out of the closet at school or work make you feel? Who would you want to share this information with? Are there supportive faculty members, counselors, teachers, or coworkers? Are there anti-bullying or harassment rules that protect LGBTQ students or workers in your school or your state? And how are those rules enforced? Will coming out put your safety at risk? And if so, what steps can you take to stay safe? Our next piece of advice is to be ready for questions. You had your whole life to figure out who you love and understand your true gender identity. Those you come out to just found out, so maybe it will take them a minute for it to sink in. And maybe they have some questions. For example, my family understood that I was gay and accepted it fully, but they had some questions about transgender people. They wanted to love and accept me, but they wanted to love and accept my whole community too. So they just needed some other questions answered so they can understand the whole community and love and accept us all. In other examples, friends or family members might have been taught how the birds and the bees work, but maybe they were never taught how gay sex works. So if you feel comfortable, be ready to answer that question for them. But please know that again, it is your celebration. So if you're not comfortable answering any specific question at all, you don't have to answer it. You don't owe anyone any explanation at all. They should just be happy enough that you invited them to your party and came out to them. But if it doesn't go as well as you hoped, maybe just give them time. Again, you had your whole life, but they only had this moment to wrap their head around it. So give them a moment before you break all ties with them. And that's why we say to maybe have a friend's house in mind to stay over for the night, just in case it doesn't go well, and you need to give them some space and the time to calm down. It is their fault, not yours, that it didn't go well, and they might just need some time to figure out how to apologize for crashing your party, because that's exactly what they did. You didn't ruin this, they did. No matter what, know that their acceptance and their love is not required for your happiness. The closer someone is to those we trust most, the harder it is to tell them we're LGBTQ. It's 1,000,000 times easier to tell random people on the internet that I'm gay, but telling my dad, sister, and my brother-in-law gave me small panic attacks and night sweats for weeks leading up to the moment I came out to them. Telling my best friend Becca was the scariest thing I have ever done, but now she goes to Pride events with me as an ally of mine. My sister and my brother-in-law dress their son in rainbow shirts when we go to dinner together just to support me. My neighbors wear rainbow shirts on the first day of Pride Month to support the community now that they see a rainbow flag outside of my house. Another of our viewers pointed out that it might take a long time to figure out who you are and who you love. Even after giving yourself a label and coming out, that label might change, and that is okay. So you might want to come out again as you explore and learn more about yourself, but it's okay to do that. As one of our viewers says best, you are not attention seeking. You are only trying to be your true self and true to those feelings. So yes, it is the scariest thing you will ever have to do in your whole life. And I'm not saying every situation is perfect. Some people who you invite to your party will do everything in their power to crash that party. But as someone who has been lucky enough to come out the other side and feel so much love and acceptance from almost everyone around me, I can tell you that it's well worth it in the end. Finally being able to be yourself and love who you were always meant to love is the greatest reward you will ever feel. It's scary, but I can tell you from experience that it will go down as one of the greatest moments of your life too, no matter how it ends. If everyone loves and accepts you, it's incredible to feel that love. If they don't accept you, it's incredible to have that power over them, to know who your true friends and family are. And your true friends and family are now in the LGBTQ. And while it's not fair that straight and cisgender people don't go through the same process, the LGBTQ is stronger as a community because we went through it. Straight and cisgender people will never, ever have the strength that we do in the LGBTQ because they never had to risk everything that we had to risk to come out. It is so empowering to tell the world finally who you are, and they will never know that feeling. But if you get faced with hatred from anyone, our final piece of advice is to stay calm no matter what. If you fuel a fire, it will only get bigger. But if you drown the fire out with love, that fire cannot continue trying to destroy you. And worse yet for the haters, if you show them that their fire is not hurting you, they won't get the reward they're after. Here's how to deal with anti-LGBTQ hate at home, at school, at work, or in life. Welcome everyone to Powered and Protected by Rainbows. I am of course your host, Matt Haslam. And before we jump into our episode today, first off, don't forget to like this video, comment down below your LGBTQ friendly thoughts, hit that rainbow subscribe button so you don't miss out on new episodes of season 3, and share this video with others. Anyway, on to the show. In life, there are 3 constants we cannot control. The first is that there will be people out there who love us with their unconditional heart. The second is that there will be some out there who hate us with their cold and dead heart. And finally, the third constant, which we cannot control, is that time will keep on ticking, no matter what. These constants go for anyone, no matter their sexual orientation, gender identity, race, religion, or any other variable. For example, you might have your friends and your enemies. Some people will do everything to help you, and others will do everything to hinder you. The only things we can control are firstly which side of that constant we are on for those around us. In other words, we can love others with our unconditional heart, no matter if they love us in return. And the other thing we can control is how we deal with the hatred being directed at us. But in order to deal with the hatred being directed at us, we must first understand what that hatred is and where it comes from. In the LGBTQ community, we hear the terms homophobia and transphobia quite often. But what do these terms actually mean? Well, a phobia is a term used to describe something you are in fear of. For instance, arachnophobia is the fear of spiders. So the word homophobia literally means someone is afraid of gay people. And transphobia means someone is afraid of transgender people. Some allies like Morgan Freeman even say, quote, "I hate the word homophobia. It's not a phobia. You are not scared. You are an asshole." And to be honest, we agree with Mr. Freeman, because it should never be called a phobia. It should be called hatred, which makes defining actions against our community as hate crimes a lot easier. But the truth is that hatred directed towards the LGBTQ community is based on fear. You see, children are not born with hatred in their heart. They learn how to hate from their parents, their schools, and others around them. But how do those kids learn how to hate others? To answer that, you'd have to trace their hatred all the way back to the things they were instructed to fear as a child. Many who are homophobic or transphobic use religion as their justified cause for being hateful to others. They were taught as children that if you are gay or transgender, you won't get into heaven, because they were taught that being LGBTQ is somehow a sin against God. But as we have proven on this show in our episode, Being Gay is Not a Sin, they have no merit using religion for their hatred, because being gay or trans are not sins in any of the major religions of the world. But that doesn't stop parents or schools from lying to their students or children. And the only things which will stop that are rules from the Department of Education, which is something our show fully supports and is working to correct. But those rules take time. These parents or schools use harsh scare tactics in a sad attempt to brainwash young children into fearing our community. The most common of these tactics is the fear of God. But another widely popular scare tactics is the fear that the LGBTQ community is somehow trying to turn them gay, which is impossible, seeing that you cannot choose to be LGBTQ. It's in your DNA. Another scare tactic is the always popular fear that we want more rights than straight and cisgender people, and we want to take their rights away, which is frankly hilarious, seeing that they blatantly know our slogan has always been seeking equality. So either they need first grade math class again to learn what equality means, or they are just ignoring the facts, hoping others ignore them too. Another reason some fear our community is something we covered in our documentary called Blake, Being Gay in 1946 Compared to Now. In that film, we showcased how gay and transgender people used to be locked away in insane asylums right next to those with severe mental health diseases. Up until 1973, the American Psychiatric Association even classified being gay as a mental illness, which didn't help our cause at all. And even though we are almost 50 years beyond that point of them retracting that idiotic notion, we are still feeling the effects of that rhetoric today. This is due to the fact that the leading cause of homophobia or transphobia is from generational instruction. As we said before, kids don't choose to be hateful, and they are not born with hate in their hearts. Kids learn from their parents and their teachers, so the leading cause of this disgraceful mindset is from parents teaching their kids to fear the LGBTQ community, which is filled with love in return. So as a child grows up being taught all of these things combined, that fear turns into hatred and causes many homophobes or transphobes to do and say some awful things later in life at the expense of all of those around them. Their words or actions can be harsh, such as them not accepting their children for being LGBTQ. Or those actions can be more subtle, such as voting for anti-LGBTQ politicians like Donald Trump. But some others who are homophobic or transphobic are actually trying their best to overcome their own homosexuality or gender identity. In fact, last year a study was conducted by Sex Roles magazine, which concluded that the more homophobic a person is, the more they struggle with their own sexuality. My point is that anti-LGBTQ hatred comes in many forms, so fighting it becomes difficult, but there are ways to deal with it. And to best answer how, we reached out to several major LGBTQ organizations, including the Trevor Project, to help us with a list of ways you can best overcome that hatred at home, with your friends, at school, at work, or online. The first and most important tip is to know you are perfect for being LGBTQ. It doesn't matter what any of your family, friends, coworkers, classmates, or strangers say to you. None of their words change the fact that being gay, trans, or non-binary is something in your DNA from the moment you are conceived to the moment you pass away. You cannot change being LGBTQ, and it is not a choice. While some might call it a phase, and if a phase is something that lasts 100 years and your whole lifetime, then yeah, sure, it's a phase, but it's a lifelong one, which won't change no matter what they say or do. The truth is, you have science and religion, not to mention millions of allies on your side. So please remember that you are perfect being just who you are. To best explain the other steps on how to deal with hate, we must now break down the perpetrators of that hatred into 4 groups. Number 1, strangers. Number 2, coworkers or classmates. Number 3, friends. And number 4, family members. Each of these groups has a different severity to how much their hatred can hurt you, and therefore a different way to deal with the pain they might cause you. Dealing with hate from random strangers online is still difficult, and even activists like me have a hard time dealing with it. But the best advice we can give you for online situations is actually a quote from Dr. Seuss, who once said, "Those who mind don't matter. Those who matter don't mind. So be who you are and say what you feel." And I wish I can say it better, but I can't. Those who mind that you're LGBTQ should not matter to you, and those who should matter to you will love you unconditionally. On our show, we ban homophobes and transphobic people from commenting. It's one strike and you're out here at PBR, because this is a safe place. But it's also because if someone is willing to take the time to write something so hateful, we aren't going to allow their hate to be seen. And thus, they won't get what they are after, and they won't hurt our audience members who might read that hatred. So the next time you see a homophobic or transphobic hate online, here's my advice. If it's coming from a random stranger you don't know, don't comment something hateful against them in return. Just block them and move on with your day. This way, you won't see any more hate from them in the future, but you can just move on. I know how difficult this is, and I know how tempting it is to try to change them, but trust me, you're not going to change those souls which are already lost to the dark side. All you can do is fight on for those who still believe in love and equality. Like I said, one of those constants is that time keeps on ticking, so don't let your time stop just because of a hater. The closer hate comes to you personally, whether at school or at work, the harder it becomes to ignore. But if you experience homophobic or transphobic hate at school or at work, know that you are protected in these situations, at least in the United States, where a majority of our viewers are living. So if you experience this hate from a classmate or a teacher, report it to your principal and dean of students. You are not a tattletale for sticking up for your rights and freedoms. This is called discrimination, and there are rules to protect you. If you experience this hate from a coworker or manager, report this discrimination to your HR department immediately. Again, there are rules to protect you in most cases. But as that hate comes closer to you, the more it might hurt you. If a friend of yours makes fun of you for being LGBTQ or thinks you will fit into a gay or trans stereotype, there are a few ways you can handle that situation. First off, know that not every gay or trans joke is bad. As we explained in our gay jokes episode, if we cannot sometimes make fun of ourselves, then how do we expect equality? But if a joke goes way too far and someone calls you a faggot or a tranny, both of which are just as bad as using the N-word to describe someone of a different race, those are not jokes, no matter how much others may laugh. Depending on the situation, you have the option of trying to correct them while being polite or telling a small joke yourself. For example, when I came out to people, one of my friends thought that being gay, it meant I was suddenly going to start wearing dresses all the time. And in that situation, I decided to take a few minutes and educate my friend that being gay is different than being transgender. And it worked. We are still great friends to this day. But let's say they keep using your dead name or the wrong pronouns to address you. You can take them off to the side in private and ask them nicely to address you properly, or stop whatever it is they are doing. Try explaining to them how much they are hurting you by doing whatever it is they are doing. A good friend will immediately realize they are hurting you and apologize. They will immediately change or try their best to change as fast as possible, so they don't hurt you any more than they already have. If you try explaining things to them politely or telling them how much they are hurting you, and they choose to continue hurting you anyway, please know that you always have the option of ending your friendship with them. Maybe you can put your friendship on pause and hope they realize they would be losing a friend. In that case, allow them the opportunity to grow as a person, apologize to you, and you get back together. But in case that doesn't work, you can stop your relationship altogether. I know how hard this is, but please remember that true friends will do anything to lift you up and help you, but enemies will do everything to hurt you, and they won't care at all they are hurting you. If you ever heard the expression, "they are just a wolf in sheep's clothing," it means that your enemy might disguise themselves as your friend, just so they can get close enough to hurt you more. And that's what a homophobic or transphobic friend is, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Your former friend decided which side of that constant they wanted to be on, but it's up to you whether or not they are allowed to continue hurting you. That said, the closer that hate comes to your home, the harder it is to deal with. After all, You choose your friends, but you seemingly cannot choose your family. So what are you meant to do if that hatred is being dished out at home by other family members? The first tip is to always remain calm and patient. If you show how angry you are, that is only adding fuel to the fire around you, and your anger is what homophobes and transphobes want to see when they are directing that hate against you. But if you deny them the opportunity to see how angry you are, their fire has no fuel to feed on. The second tip is to remember that their hatred is typically based on a lack of knowledge. As we said in the beginning of this episode, their hate is born by fear, and that fear can be traced back to a long list of idiotic things they were taught as a child. Many people don't know that being gay is not a sin, or that being transgender is in your DNA. But if you are able to remain calm, and if they are willing to have an open mind, you can maybe provide some education and help them understand what being LGBTQ really means. If you are able to calmly discuss it and educate them, first start by acknowledging their anger, fear, and confusion. Meet them where they are in this conversation. If you start off by drawing a line in the sand, where you're standing on one side of the line and they stand on the other, your whole conversation will be a battle over who will surrender first. They will perceive this conversation as a way to get them to surrender and step over that line towards your side. But if you acknowledge their frustrations and allow them to explain exactly how they feel first, by doing so, you are stepping over that line first and meeting them on their side of that line. Over time in the conversation, you can calmly explain things and educate them until, before you know it, you and they walk across that line together towards your original side. This conversation might take a few hours, or it might take a few months, but as long as both of you keep an open mind to the other's viewpoint, it will be a healthy conversation. Another important thing to remember when facing hate in your own family or friends is to not take it personally. You have to remember that their hatred is against the community, against being gay or trans or non-binary. Their fight is not against you personally. Their lack of education is from their own school system, which let them down. Their homophobia or transphobia is rooted from their church or their parents, passing down that hatred to them when they were younger. So no matter what they say or no matter how hard it might be, remember to not take it personally. Going hand in hand with this is the next tip, to rise above the insults. No matter how much they try to tear you down, you need to keep in mind that you are perfect for being who you are and loving who you love. If they think it's a phase, remember that one day you and only you get to decide who is invited to your wedding. If they think it is a sin, you have the power over them because you're educated enough to know that God loves you and made you this way. If they think it's a choice, you have the power of science over them. If they tell you how alone you are, you know for a fact that 10% of your town is LGBTQ, and you know there are millions of people in the community who support you. And if their hatred is severe, you can rise above their insults and remember your true family is not one passed on through your bloodline. Your family is in the LGBTQ community, and we will love you no matter what, I promise. And that brings me to my next point. Remember, you are never alone. If you ever feel down or the hate becomes too much to bear, remember that you are not carrying that weight alone. There is an estimated 7,594,000,000 people on Earth, 10% of which are LGBTQ, meaning that there are an estimated 759 million people who love the way you do and identify their gender just like you. So you are never, ever alone in this fight against hate. Reach out to a local LGBTQ club in your school or in your area. Ask your parents to let you stay over a friend's house and ask your friend or their parents to take you to a pride event in your area without your parents knowing. Make an alternate account and follow shows like this one, or follow Facebook pages which offer LGBTQ support. But please remember that pure hatred is not the only way your family can show their homophobic or transphobic hate against you. As we said in the beginning, hate can be more subtle. If your family or friends invite you to something, but they don't invite your girlfriend or boyfriend because you're gay, bi, or pan, or because your partner is transgender, you need to turn down any invitations if your partner isn't invited too. Straight couples have their partners invited to everything, even from very early on in the relationship. So if your family or friends don't, it can be a more subtle sign that they are homophobic or transphobic. Now keep in mind that you should be able to hang out with your friends or family and have time apart from your partner. But I'm talking more about family reunions or weddings or family trips. Anytime other family members get invited with their partners, your family should be inviting your partner too. Even when you get to family functions, if someone starts introducing you to other people and they say things like, "This is my son and his friend," or "This is my daughter and her friend," you need to correct them. This is their way of not acknowledging it as a real relationship, by claiming you are just friends. Sometimes this is their way of hiding their embarrassment that their child is LGBTQ, so you need to stand proud in these moments. If they introduce you and say, "This is my son and his friend," immediately reply and reintroduce your partner by saying something like, "Yeah, he's actually my boyfriend for 6 months now, and he dressed up really nice because he wanted to impress my family. Isn't he so cute?" If you're afraid of family being homophobic or transphobic, be sure to have places to stay, including with supportive extended family members or friends. This way, if their hatred gets too bad for you to handle, you have a safe place to go to and a roof over your head for the night. If you don't have anywhere, know the number of local organizations who will be able to help you and provide shelter for you. For instance, Women in Crisis is an amazing organization normally set up to help women out of abusive situations with their partners, but they also provide shelter for LGBTQ kids or adults who no longer feel safe in their family's home, or if their family threw them out for being LGBTQ. So search Google for local LGBTQ organizations near you or crisis hotlines which may be able to help. If your family or friends or anyone physically abuses you for being LGBTQ, or if they make a direct threat to kill you because you are LGBTQ, report these situations to your local authorities here in the United States or many other LGBTQ-friendly countries. There are federal hate crime laws which protect you in these situations. If any one of your family members or friends physically harms you for being LGBTQ, they will have their day in court and be sent away for a long time, but you have to report it to your local authorities. Once you report it, your local police and the FBI will be able to help you stay safe away from them, but they have to know about it in order to protect you. Far too often, these abusers get away with things because their victims were too afraid to tell anyone about what was happening. So trust in your local authorities to keep you safe. And if your family is threatening to send you to conversion therapy as a form of treatment for being LGBTQ, the Trevor Project suggests contacting LGBTQ organizations like Lambda Legal, the National Center for Lesbian Rights, or the Southern Poverty Law Center, which can all provide legal advice to you, no matter your age. And you can also reach out to local LGBTQ centers to find the most relevant LGBTQ resources in your area. Our next tip is to remember that you or I will not end homophobia or transphobia overnight. This battle will not end tomorrow, but with each passing day, know that we are making progress towards equality around the world. As we pointed out in that Blake documentary we mentioned a moment ago, we have made great progress in the past 20 years. 20 years ago, it was against the law to be gay in the United States. Now we have pride events, and you can watch a show like this one online. So we are making progress, but I will grant you that progress is slow. And just in case none of these pieces of advice work, and the hatred you feel is too much for you to handle alone, The Trevor Project has asked me to end this episode by reminding you again that you are not alone. They are the nation's leading organization providing crisis intervention for LGBTQ people. If you or someone you know needs help or support, the Trevor Project's trained crisis counselors are available 24/7 at 1-866-488-7386 via chat at trevorproject.org/help. Or if you're afraid of your family hearing you talking to someone, you can text START to 678-678. Their resources are free and available 24/7. Hey everyone, I'm Matt Haslam and welcome to Powered and Protected by Rainbows. And on today's show, we're giving you some tips and tricks to handle the things after you come out. Here are the things that they don't tell you in any of the tutorials online. A lot of videos go into what tips and tricks there are to come out to your family initially and come out to different friends as you progress. Even we did an episode, our last episode, on that very topic. And a lot of different blogs do this entire topic as well, but no one really talks about the things after you come out. What really happens after you initially come out? And here are some of the things that happened, at least to me and a lot of the community that I know. The first on our list is instant regret of not doing it sooner. And what I mean by this is not a regret of being gay, bisexual, or whatever you are on the LGBTQ scale. It's not regret that you came out to your family at all. What I mean by this is regret of not coming out sooner, of not doing this sooner, because a lot of us come out to our family and our friends for the first time in our 20s. And unfortunately, a lot of us feel that regret of not doing this back when we were 10, 11 years old, when we first saw that initial sign that we were gay. For instance, for me, at 11 years old, I had the hugest crush on this boy in my Boy Scout troop, and I felt so in love with him that I wanted to kiss him, and I didn't understand fully why. But now I can kind of look back and go, yeah, that was my first real big crush in my life, because I never looked at a girl like that. And it's really hard to understand why I waited over a decade to process those feelings, why I put my business first over my personal life, my personal feelings for so long that I forgot that, yeah, I can live too. And it's hard to really understand just how much regret you feel deep down inside of not doing this sooner unless you've gone through it. So one of the things that I try to hopefully prepare you for here is the fact that you're going to have regret of not doing it sooner. That doesn't mean you should rush coming out if you're not in a safe spot to do that, but know that no matter when you come out, you're going to feel that a little bit. For instance, when I went to my first ever Pride event in Washington, D.C., I saw a lot of 14, 15-year-old kids there, and they weren't just there because their parents were gay or whatever. There were honestly kids there that were 13, 14 years old that had shirts on that I'm gay and I'm proud, and their parents had shirts on that were like, my son or my daughter is gay and I'm proud, or my daughter is trans and I'm proud. It was wonderful to see that, but at the same time, I literally went back to my hotel room that night and bawled my eyes out because I wasn't that kid. I couldn't be that kid at 13 or 14 to finally know who I was. I had to wait over a decade later to really live freely. And you're going to unfortunately feel that regret if you come out later in life. But again, that does not mean you should feel pressured to come out sooner than when you are actually ready. The next thing on the list is your family and your friends are going to have to put up with your little quirks for a little bit. And there are a lot of them when you come out. First off, you're going to be dating a lot more, so you're going to have highs and lows. You're going to have days when you feel great of, oh, this boy said that I'm really cute, and then you're going to have those days that, oh, that boy stood me up on that date. And your family and your friends are going to have to put up with that roller coaster that is the dating scene. And unfortunately, they're just going to have to go with it and love and accept you through all of it. And there's really no way to get past that for your family and friends. So sorry, Charlie, you're just going to have to deal with it if you're around us during those times. But a lot of times we're making a lot more sexual references in our jokes as well. We're not necessarily meaning to say things in a more kind of sexual tone, but unfortunately that's how it goes when you finally are free to express yourself. Your mind doesn't really know you're doing it, but you're wording things in a more sexual way. You're wording things in a more kind of hinted way of what you really want. For instance, for me, it was really weird because my family and my friends all went out for like hot dogs one day, and I just started to chuckle a little bit, and I didn't realize I was doing it, and they just had to put up with that side of me for a little bit to kind of get over that initial phase of, wow, I'm free now, and I can make a joke or two and say that's what he said instead of saying that's what she said or something. My friends and my family members were all very understanding of that, and luckily loved me through all of it, but unfortunately you're going to have that point in your life where you just make more references. The next thing on our list kind of ties in with that very heavily, and that's the fact that you're more sexually active or wanting to be more sexually active. And I know this is a very touchy subject on especially this channel where I try to be more family friendly, but it's true. When you initially come out, no matter what age you are, it doesn't matter if you're 14 or 15 or if you're 80 or 90, you're still going to have that initial phase of wanting certain things in your life more than you did the day before you came out. And so what we see a lot in the gay community is people on apps like Grindr wanting hookups or just things in a parking lot or something stupid like that. And I've never went for one of those. It's true. I'm not like most gay people. The gay community and the LGBTQ community in general get blamed for that whole phase of our lives. They get blamed for wanting hookups more than they want actual relationships. And yeah, that's true for a little while after you come out, but it doesn't necessarily, first off, apply to everyone in the community. And secondly, it's for a very good reason, because we're finally free to be who we are. And now we want to try everything. We want to kind of have our cake and eat it too. It's hard to finally be that kid in the candy shop without wanting, all the lollipops and the, gummy bears and everything on the list. It's hard to be that kid and not want everything on the list. So for us being gay, and finally coming out, it's sort of like the kid in the candy shop. You're going to want certain things, unfortunately. And for a short time there, you either have to just control those feelings or you have to give in but be safe about it. And there are tons of great resources to be safe on those things, in those situations. Don't go out with someone in a very private setting. Make sure you meet them in a public area. That way you're safe, so on and so forth. Use protection, all that kind of stuff. There are things I can say on that topic, but I'm not going to because it is a family-friendly show here. But know that there are other resources for that, and I will try my best to leave a link to one of those lists below. That way you can see different tips on that. But you're going to have that phase, and know that it's completely normal to be more sexually minded for a little bit and to want certain things, and that's perfectly fine. It's sort of like when you get into a new relationship. You want certain things more, but you have to control yourself a little bit there to kind of build the foundation of your relationship first, and it's important to do that as well. I know, at least in my situation, there were a lot of people on the same app I was on Grindr, and which is a gay dating app, but not everyone on there is looking for a hookup, but there were a lot that were, and it was very important to me to kind of figure out who wanted just one thing and who wanted a real relationship before I really got my heart set on someone. And for me, it was a very hard distinction between those two communities on the same app. but it's kind of easy to tell what someone wants after a little bit of a conversation. So have a conversation with someone and know what they want. But when you first come out, maybe you're one of those people that want that certain thing, but you also want a relationship. So open yourself up to that a little bit, but also at the same time know how to control those feelings just a little bit, and kind of tone down your own emotions on that spectrum. And that way, maybe you could find someone that is more into it for the relationship side of things, like I did. And on that note, I've never met anyone on Grindr that hasn't wanted a real relationship going forward. And also, it's important, if you don't want that, to tell them up front, hey, no anything touching on the first date, maybe a kiss, but that's it. Make sure you tell them that before you meet them, because that way you're kind of having that litmus paper test for them of, do they want this or do they want a relationship? And, unfortunately, you just have to either power through that whole phase in your life where you want certain things more because now you're free to have them, or you have to give in to those feelings, which is perfectly fine for anyone to do. I'm not judging anyone else out there based on what I personally decided and in not going for those feelings, but I know how hard it is to try to get past those feelings as well. But on that, make sure you know how to be safe. Our final note on this list, at least, there are plenty more I can mention here, but as far as this list is concerned for time, the last one I will mention is the fact that know that everything eventually becomes normal. Your hormones kind of die down a little bit and become a little bit more normalized, and you start to really try to find relationships in this LGBTQ community, and you don't make nearly as many sexual references in your jokes anymore, and your family starts to notice you're more normal now, of at least those kind of hormones have calmed down a little bit, and you're not making everything into a sex joke. Know that eventually everything just becomes calm. And at least for me, the situation was, after a while of being with my boyfriend here, I can just mention to a person that I've never really talked to a whole lot before, who maybe doesn't know I'm gay. I can mention to a new friend of mine, hey, my boyfriend and I are going out to whatever restaurant tomorrow, and it's like nothing really ever happened with coming out. I don't necessarily have to make a big deal of coming out to every single person anymore. Now it's just, yeah, so what? My boyfriend and I are going out, It's just as like I was saying, as if I was saying my girlfriend and I are going out. It's all normalized after a while. It's all very calm after a while, where you don't have to feel like you need this big, grandiose way to come out to people. It's just casual stuff. So know that happens too. Know that after a while things just in life become normal here, where my boyfriend and I have gone on a date and we can hold hands, but we don't always have to hold hands. And that's kind of goes into the whole thing of it calms down after a while of, now we can be together, but we don't always have to be holding hands to show everyone that we're together. Just like a straight couple wouldn't always hold hands either. We can sit across the table at dinner and not necessarily make out 24/7, and we can just be a normal couple. And that's important to note here too, because when you're out and about, you can be who you want to be. It doesn't mean you have to be clinging onto each other 24/7 on a date. When we're alone, we can cuddle and stuff like that, and that's completely fine. But when we're out and about, we don't always have to be cuddling or whatever. But also on that note, a lot of times when other people are kind of bigots in our face and look at us weird, we can also still kiss right in front of that person, and it's basically like the biggest middle finger we can give to them of, you know what, if you're going to be a bigot, we can be much more in your face than what we are. So know that it gets normal, but you still have the power to kind of, show some people up and be who you are freely now in the world. Here are 65 tips to coming out at school. Get the all-new Powered by Rainbows notebook, complete with over 100 pages for you to take notes, write diary entries, or jot down your favorite Professor Pride quotes from your favorite show. Inside you'll find the secret gay agenda and your favorite graphics from the show, including Mr. Nutterbutters, Shadow, and more. It's available now in paperback and hardcover using the link below. If you are thinking that you might be lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or so on, you might feel like you're alone right now in how you feel, or you might feel bad about questioning your gender or sexual orientation. So in case you don't watch this whole video, we want to first start off by mentioning that you are never ever alone. More than 11.7% of the world's population is LGBTQ. And over 80% of non-LGBTQ people support our community. In fact, as our world becomes more accepting, that 11.7% grows, and more people feel comfortable in younger generations being their authentic selves. So you are far from alone in how you feel. The first question you might have in this process is figuring out who you love and what gender you identify as. Now, luckily for you, in our Coming Out Advice playlist here on our channel, we have an entire video to help you find your gender identity and your sexual orientation. Plus, we even have some downloadable resources to help you figure it out, which are also linked down below. The truth is, no one can tell you what gender or sexual orientation you are, and no one can force you to be a certain way. It is perfectly healthy and normal to question things and experiment with things if you want to. No one, not even your parents or teachers, should be able to stand in your way of those questions or experimentations. Not even the professors, educators, and the highly qualified researchers we have working for our TV show can tell you what gender you are or who you should love. And we have no right at all to stand in your way of questioning those things either. But the truth is, you might already be questioning these things on your own, which again is perfectly healthy to question. Before you start telling other people though, you might want to know for sure that what you're feeling is not just a phase or not just something else entirely. If that's the case, you should know that no, it is not just a phase you are going through. People have phases of what hobbies they enjoy or sports they enjoy playing, but who you are deep down inside as your gender and who you love are never, ever a phase. Though you don't have to put labels on things right now and say definitively what you are, the way you're feeling right now is not going to go away. Even those that undergo conversion therapy, which is the process of trying to change one's sexual orientation or gender identity by torture therapy, and say they are ex-gay after that torture is completed, they are still very much gay deep down inside and only lie about it to stop the torture and say they are straight just to get homophobic people off of their backs. You might hear some transphobic person say that transgender people all detransition back to their original gender. But the truth is, only 0.01% of trans people ever detransition and say they are the gender they were assumed at birth again. And in those cases, which are extremely rare, it is only because they had terrible families forcing them to do so. Then, once they turn 18 and start living on their own, they can be themselves again, and they retransition. So this whole idea of how you're feeling right now being just a phase is not true at all. It's something that will only grow over time, and soon it will be something you learn to love about yourself if you don't already love this about yourself. But once you start feeling this way and start wondering if you could be LGBTQ, there are some things you should know. That starts with the terminology. Straight means you love someone of a different gender than your own. Gay means you're a boy who likes other boys. Lesbian means you're a girl who likes other girls. Scoliosexual means you're non-binary and you love someone of the same or different genders. Bisexual means you like two genders, one of which could include your own, but doesn't always include your same gender. Trisexual means you like three genders or more. Pansexual means you can love anyone of any gender. Last but not least, asexual or aromantic means you are not sexually attracted to anyone or romantically attracted to anyone. There are millions of other sexual orientations we talk about more in other videos in this Coming Out Advice playlist, but those are the main ones we'll talk about today. When it comes to gender itself, you could be male, female, non-binary, which means you don't fit in the typical gender roles of male or female, transgender, which means you identify as a different gender than your sex assigned at birth. For example, you could identify as a girl, but your parents labeled you as a boy when you were a child. There's agender, which means you don't feel like you have a gender at all. And there's bigender, which means you are somewhere in between two different gender identities. Again, there are millions upon millions of gender identities out there. So this other episode linked down below will help more with this question if you're trying to find your label. The next question you might have is, how do you tell your family this news? Well, the truth is, you don't really have to. Coming out is like a party. Only you get to decide who gets invited to that party and when they are invited. So if you don't feel comfortable telling someone in your family or your friends groups because you fear they might be homophobic or transphobic and hate our community, then you don't have to invite them to your party. You can celebrate with the LGBTQ and never invite them if you choose not to. So if you want to start telling people, the question becomes, who do you actually tell first? Well, that's where you want to test the waters. Just like when you go swimming, you want to put your toes in first to see if the water is too cold before you jump in. You want to test the waters here too. You can start mentioning LGBTQ people and celebrities to your friends or teachers, and listen closely to hear their responses. If you say something like, I just listened to this song by Troye Sivan talking about his boyfriend, and I'm really starting to like his music, or something similar about other celebrities, you can figure out if your friends or family members will be accepting, or maybe they won't be from their reactions. You can mention a news story about an LGBTQ person and see their reaction. The point here is to test the waters before coming out to them. But if they are accepting, you may decide you want to tell them how you identify. If not, it is probably wise to keep this a secret from them because it might be dangerous for you to tell them, because your safety is always the number one concern. If you're worried about your safety, then please watch our other videos, the 35 tips to coming out of the closet, which will definitely help you with those concerns. Here is where we highly suggest you find an LGBTQ-friendly teacher to speak with first. Maybe you know one of your teachers is gay or bisexual, or maybe they are openly transgender. So most times, these are the teachers you want to talk to first about this. They can be your greatest supporters, not to mention, if other students start making fun of you for being LGBTQ, they can help punish those that bully you. So before you come out to any students, perhaps find a teacher you can trust and ask them not to tell anyone else about coming out, because it is your secret to share. Then test the waters with your friends, but only ever come out to one person at a time. I know it might be tempting to just come out to all of your friends at once in a big group setting, but that opens you up to a lot of unneeded risk. For example, if you come out to a group and one of those group members does not fully accept you as they should, they are spoiling your party, and one bad apple can ruin the whole experience. If you come out to one person at a time, come out to the person you trust most first, and the person you trust least last on your list. This way, as you come out to each person, they join your side in support of you. If you ever come across one person who does not accept you, all of those previous friends are now on your side to support you and fight for you. That way, your party isn't ruined from this one bad apple. That brings up another great question though. What if someone does not accept you? Well, you should know this is likely caused by a complete lack of education on their end. Studies show the more homophobic and against gay people that person is, the more homosexual tendencies they have. So the more hateful someone is to gay people, the more gay that person is deep down inside. And they use their insults as a way to cover for their own sexual orientation. Studies also show that the more homophobic a person is, the less they understand about our community. Perhaps they never had a science class to show them how your sexual orientation is embedded deep in your DNA from before you were born to the moment you die. Perhaps they don't know some of the greatest people in history were gay, like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and many others. Perhaps they don't know gay cavemen roamed the earth and gay pirates sailed the seas. Gay pharaohs ruled the Egyptian empire, and a gay servant became the Roman god of homosexuality. Perhaps those that are transphobic have never had a science class to know your gender identity is biologically accurate and valid. It's even a scientific law now that transgender people are valid for their gender identity. Perhaps they don't know that there were transgender cave women 9,600 years before the Common Era and more than 11,000 years ago. And perhaps they don't know it's not a choice to be LGBTQ. The only choice you are making is to be happy about it. As hateful and harmful as these people are, you might encounter some people in school or at home who feel this way. That is where the truth is your best friend. They might make wild claims that it's a sin in the eyes of their religion to be this way. But you should know that first off, you don't legally have to follow that religion, even if that's the religion your parents believe in. And secondly, when you look at the facts, it is not a sin in any major religion of the world to be gay or transgender. There were transgender people mentioned in the Bible and scriptures of many religions, all of which accepted transgender people by the gods they prayed to. Until 1946, gay people were never mentioned in the Bible or any other scripture of any other major religion, until the text was translated and words were suddenly added in 1946. And now being gay is the worst thing in these followers' minds. But I assure you, no god of any religion would find being LGBTQ a sin. After all, the man on the cross in front of many of their churches was likely LGBTQ himself. Oh yes, like I said, homophobic people rarely went to history class. But even if someone does not accept you fully right away, please know that it's not your fault they won't accept you. It is their fault, it is their lack of education on their end. The next question you might have is, can I get married or have children? Well, in many countries around the world, they are luckily coming around to accepting love as love. So yes, you can get married to someone of the same gender and live a perfectly healthy life together. You can adopt a child, have a biological child of your own even, and be just like any other couple out there. If you have more questions on this, we even have episodes dedicated to adoption and gay marriage on our channel here. You might also wonder if life will be tougher for you now that you came out of the closet. Sure, your family might not accept you fully, but again, if you feel like they won't accept you, you don't have to invite them to your party and come out to them at all. Sometimes it gets tougher for children who come out because their area or school does not accept them fully, as they should. But there are laws to protect you here as well. But most times, students who come out are able to start living their lives as their authentic selves sooner. For example, if you're transgender, you can start getting hormone blockers to help you later in life. If you're gay, you can start checking out the gender you wanted to check out and start dating. You might be wondering what happens if you start being bullied for being LGBTQ, but there are laws to protect you here too. In most modern countries like the United States and Canada, they are legally obligated to allow you to use the restroom matching your gender identity in those countries. If you start getting bullied by other students, they are required to punish the bully for verbally, physically, or otherwise harming you. If a teacher or school employee starts to bully you, the school can be sued and tried in a courtroom for allowing it to happen. So schools don't want you to be bullied any more than you do. That's why if you are being bullied for being LGBTQ, you need to speak up to someone in charge, which is why in the beginning we suggested to have an LGBTQ ally already picked out on the school staff. Let's say you want to start wearing rainbows to school or wear accessories to show off the fact that you are a member of the LGBTQ. Or maybe you want to go to the school dance with someone of the same gender. Maybe you want to wear clothing that matches your gender identity instead of the clothes that match your sex assigned at birth. Even if you want to talk about being LGBTQ in the cafeteria, at recess, or read books in the library by LGBTQ authors, none of those things can be stopped by your school under federal law. The truth is, you as a student have way more rights and freedoms than many teachers do because of how some state laws work. For example, in Florida, teachers are currently not allowed to talk about or have pictures of their families in school because of their governor, Ron DeSantis. But keep in mind, that's the same governor who thinks the less education you have, the more equipped you are to educate kids. His level of stupidity can only be compared to an ostrich trying to hide his head under the sand and try to act like gay people don't exist at all. In fact, if you search for the dumbest animal on earth, I'm sure his picture would somewhere appear on your screen. But even in Florida, they can't stop you from talking about being LGBTQ as a student. So essentially, you have way more rights and freedoms than teachers do in that state. But maybe you feel this way right now, and maybe you don't want to come out to other people. That's okay too. I started feeling like I was gay back when I was 11 years old and had my first crush on a boy in my class named Alex. That feeling never went away. I sat in class hearing my religion teacher talking about how it was a sin to be gay, even though it was not a sin and it clearly never was. I even spent my high school years reading every verse of the Bible to try to find out for myself. I forced myself into relationships with girls, just to make it appear to others that I was straight. But all along, I was only attracted to other men. I was just going along with the heteronormative society that we live in and trying to appease everyone else. Finally, I came out at 25 years old as bisexual. Then I later learned more about myself and came out as gay. Almost 2 years later, even as a professor of LGBTQ education, I kept learning more about myself and came out a third time as a gay demisexual man. So just know it's perfectly fine to wait to come out. And if you do come out to other people right now, it's perfectly fine to come out as a different label later on, when you learn more about yourself. It's perfectly healthy to explore these feelings. And though some uneducated people might personally have thoughts and opinions that disagree with the mountains of evidence and facts proving being LGBTQ is valid, you should know that it's perfectly healthy and normal to be LGBTQ. The truth is, you are never ever alone. In fact, your school might have a GSA club or a Gender Sexuality Alliance club for LGBTQ people to get together with straight students and learn more about our community. If your school doesn't have one, you could start one in your school tomorrow. In fact, we have an entire video and free downloads to help you do this. And fun fact, no one, including your parents, teachers, school administrators, and even school board members or politicians, none of them can legally stop you from starting a GSA club for LGBTQ students like yourself. So perhaps consider joining or starting a GSA club in your school. But also please know you are never alone. If the LGBTQ community had our own country, we would make up the third largest country on Earth by population. China and India would be the only two countries larger than us. And the LGBTQ makes up more population than the United States, Indonesia, Pakistan, and most of Brazil combined. So you are far from alone in how you feel. But in case you have any questions, we are always here to help at our show. We have over 650 videos on our channel to help you including ones to help you understand your gender identity or sexual orientation, to help you understand the terminology behind our community, to help you come out, help you after you come out, help you understand it's not a sin to be gay, the science of gender identity, the science of sexual orientation, the history of our community, and even episodes to help you overcome depression and self-harm if you're feeling like you're alone right now, because I promise you that you are never ever alone. So feel free to check out any of those episodes to help you, or browse our channel to find the resources you need. One thing I can assure you of is that our channel is a safe space for LGBTQ people, so we monitor all comments on our channel to ensure this remains an LGBTQ friendly and accepting environment, free from homophobic or transphobic people. If you see a hateful comment, simply report it to us and we'll ensure the user is banned. We want to provide an open and honest platform to help you and get the resources and answers you need, because we know what it's like to feel the way you're feeling right now before you come out. And that's why we created this show to help in the first place. There are way more than just two genders, so let's take a look at the gender spectrum. This week is Transgender Awareness Week, so we thought it was a perfect time to look at gender and the gender spectrum. This way, those who don't belong to the LGBTQ community can hopefully understand gender a little more, and those in our community can better understand themselves. So let's first talk about what gender is, and then talk about the gender spectrum itself. While all humans are born with the biological characteristics of a particular sex, for example, a penis for males, vagina for females, or both genitalia for intersex, gender, on the other hand, is a social construct. It is entirely based on the norms, behaviors, and societal roles expected of individuals based primarily on their sex. In very basic terms here, you can think of gender like this. If a person likes pink dolls and tea parties, their gender would be, in theory, female. When a person is born, doctors will look at the child and call them either a boy or a girl, solely based on the genitals they have. They will even write this on their birth certificate, which for some cases is unfortunate because it's one more legal document that needs changing later in life. And while this is the definition of their sex assigned at birth, gender is completely separate from sex. And more importantly, one does not determine or define the other. That's besides the fact that gender is determined in your brain and not your genitals. As the child is taken home for the first time, they are most times put in a nursery with pink or blue paint on the walls. They're given toys to play with that are made and purchased specifically for their sex assigned at birth. Pink dolls for girls, blue toy trucks for boys, just as two examples. Later, typically around 3 to 5 years into their lives, children start having a personality of their own. This allows them to explore how they feel about things, what toys they want to play with, what colors are their favorite, and every other aspect of young life. That's why most times we see 3 to 5-year-old children starting to question or realize their true gender identity. Now, oftentimes they realize their gender is the same as their sex assigned at birth. This is what we call cisgender. But a fair number of people will realize the society is wrong about them. People keep calling them a boy when they feel more like a girl deep down inside. Or people keep calling them a girl when they don't really know if they have a gender yet. As the child grows up, they become more and more in tune with how they feel deep down inside. Because as we've said before, gender is in your brain. And allowing children to question their gender and explore this a little is perfectly healthy. For example, if you want to play dress up at home and borrow your mom, dad, or siblings' clothing to see how it feels, that's all perfectly healthy and should be completely accepted and allowed by your family and friends. Most times, closeted individuals trying to figure out their gender can find times when their parents or siblings aren't home, so they can experiment in private. Questioning things is a good thing, as it allows them to find the answers to those questions as they learn and grow into a wonderful adult in our society. But while you might see the world as a binary system of people being either boys or girls, the truth is there are millions. That's right, I said millions of gender identities. In fact, rather than listing them all here, there's a much easier way for us to describe gender. It's called the gender spectrum. Basically, it works like this. First, we draw two circles with a dot in the middle of each of them. On the top left of each circle, we have male. On the top right, we have female. On the very bottom, we have non-binary. And in the very center on that dot, we have agender. Now, let's add some color to these wheels to help us make this more understandable, and honestly, because I'm gay and I like rainbows and colors. The left circle will be titled with perceived gender, and the right circle will be titled with actual gender. Now let's use some examples to help us with this circle chart. The first example we're going to use is myself. I am a cisgender male, which means when I was born, the doctor saw that I had a penis and gave me the sex assigned at birth of a male. The doctors, my parents, and the society I grew up in all defined my gender as male. So on this chart, we're going to put a marker on the perceived gender circle near the male side, because everyone around me perceived my gender as male. As I grew up, I never really questioned my gender, and I always felt more like a boy, a male. So my actual gender could be labeled on the same spot on the actual gender circle, near the male side. And because neither of these two markers ever moved, and never had to move, I am cisgender, and therefore not transgender. The second example we're going to use is of a fictional person named Andy. Let's say Andy was born with a vagina. Their doctor assigned them female sex assigned at birth, so their family and everyone around them labeled them as a girl. So let's look at our chart with the two circles. Everyone perceived Andy as a girl, so we're going to put a marker on the perceived gender circle near female at the top right of the circle. But as Andy grew up, they realized they have a gender, but never felt like a boy, nor did they feel like a girl either. By definition, they would be non-binary gender. So again, let's look at our chart, this time on the actual gender circle. Their true gender was and will forever be non-binary. Now look at both of these circles at the same time, and take notice how the marker for the perceived gender is in a different place than the marker for the actual gender. So in order to help people understand that they are non-binary, Andy decides to let their hair grow out longer. They ask people to start using different pronouns to address them. Rather than people using she and her to talk about Andy, they ask people to start using they and them pronouns instead. Let's say they start dressing in more neutral clothing. Rather than wearing dresses all the time as their perceived gender would afford them, Andy decides to wear jeans and a t-shirt on some days, and a skirt on other days. Because they were sex assigned at birth as a girl, they also get a binder, which is a forgiving elastic wrap placed around their chest area to hold in their breast so they don't look quite as feminine. And Andy decides to change their name to Ash. All of these are examples of socially transitioning. And it's important to note here that most transgender people will only ever socially transition, with 0 medical transition options being chosen, which we'll cover in just a moment. It's also important to note here that all of these socially transitioning options I mentioned a moment ago are perfectly healthy and completely reversible if needed. The child is in 0 harm doing any of these. But my point is, when they do any of these socially transitioning options, it helps other people's perception of their gender shift on that left perceived gender circle. In our example of Ash, formerly known as Andy, that marker on the perceived gender circle moves from the female area at the top right of the circle to the non-binary area at the bottom of the circle. The mere fact that this marker on the perceived gender circle moved from one place to another, this is called the transition, and it's where we get the term transgender from. It's imperative you understand, the actual gender marker never moved at all during Ash's life. From the moment they were born to the moment they die, they were always non-binary, or as we sometimes call it, NB, which is the phonetic pronunciation of the N of non and B of binary. It was only how others perceived Ash that changed, and that change on the perceived gender circle alone is what titled them as transgender. But let's say someone decides to do more than socially transition. There are two options for them. The first is referred to as soft medical transitioning. This includes speaking with a gender therapist and their doctor, who both have to sign off on them to get what's called a puberty blocker, which basically postpones their body's puberty. This can be a fantastic thing for transgender children. Then, after years of going to gender therapy and being on this puberty blocker, a child can finally move on to the next step. Legally, in the United States and many other countries, the next step cannot begin until the child is 16 years of age or older, with parent or guardian's permission, consent from a licensed psychiatrist, and consent from their doctor. Finally, when all of those stars align, a child can finally start on what's called hormone treatment. This is a drug to help the appropriate hormones thrive in their bodies. These hormones and puberty blocker drugs are proven to help the child overcome depression and body issues. It helps them in so many ways. But to better understand this, let's put it against our charts. Let's use the fictitious example of a child named Leslie. She was born with female genitals, and so doctors assigned her at birth with female. Thus, her family and friends all perceived her gender as female, and on this perceived gender circle, we'd put the marker near the female side on the upper right of the circle. But at just 4 years old, Leslie started to question her gender. She started not wanting to wear dresses all the time and wanted to play with the boys on the playground instead of other girls. Finally, when she was just 8 years old, her parents decided to take her to a gender therapist to help her understand her gender more. The gender therapist and Leslie both figured out that her actual gender was male. And so on the actual gender circle, we'd put our marker on the male side of the circle in the upper left. Leslie started to socially transition by dressing only in male clothing, asking everyone to start using he and him pronouns, changing his name to Larry, cutting his hair shorter, and so on. Usually these steps of socially transitioning are not only to help the child, but to help the doctors and therapist determine if the child will truly be happy with the gender they are transitioning to. Slowly, the marker on the perceived gender circle started to move from the female side to the male side. Eventually, when he was 10 or 11 years old, the gender therapist and his doctor started talking and prescribing him puberty blockers. This helped Larry's self-esteem, and the doctors started to notice that his depression started to go away. When he turned 16 years old, his parents, the doctor, and gender therapist all agreed this was the right call to make, so they prescribed Larry a hormone treatment. It was just a simple patch he put on, but it helped Larry develop some facial hair and so on. And luckily for Larry, the marker on the perceived gender circle eventually moved all the way from the female side to the male side to match his actual gender marker. It was here where Larry felt a sense of gender euphoria, knowing everyone around him accepted his true gender identity, and now he was being perceived as his authentic self for the first time in his life. But there is another type of medical transition though, and it's referred to as a hard transition. In very basic terms, you can think of this as surgery, but it's important to note here that by law in most countries of the world, including the United States, no one can undergo gender-affirming surgery until they have already completed socially transitioning and soft medical transitioning, which means the child has to be of 17 years or older in order to even consider hard transition here. The person needs to be on hormones for a minimum of a year. The now 17-year-old is then allowed, with parent or guardian consent, the doctor and gender therapist permission as well, to talk about gender-affirming surgery. Because of the tens of thousands of dollars it costs and the medical risk involved in surgery, many transgender people only ever socially transition, or at the very most, go on hormones. Even if they don't have parental support for their gender identity, as they should have, they must turn 18 years of age or older by law, and then start the whole process at that point. So even if you hear the myth that doctors are doing surgery on little kids to change their gender, it is simply not true. But to better understand hard medical transition, let's look at a real-world example here of a woman named Christine George Jensen. She was from New York in the United States, was drafted into World War II, and later became a household name after the war ended. Christine was born with male genitals, so her doctors, her parents, and society perceived her as a boy. So on our chart, we would put a marker on the perceived gender circle near the male side. But truly, Christine always felt more like a girl. In interviews she did later in life, she told the press stories from her childhood and how it never felt right for her to be called a boy. So her actual gender is labeled on the right side of the second circle on our chart. You'll notice how the markers, in comparison, are now on different sides of the circle. So let's dive deeper into Christine's life to learn more. When she returned home from the war as a soldier, she traveled to the country of Denmark and underwent several gender-affirming surgeries called top and bottom surgeries. This allowed her to look and feel more like a woman by giving her breast and, in a highly complex surgery we won't dive too deeply into today, giving her a vagina. When she returned to the United States, she was on the cover of every newspaper, magazine, and interviewed by several TV stations for being the first widely known transgender woman to receive these surgeries. But getting back to our chart here, everyone in her life knew her as a boy, before and even during the war. Suddenly, she had surgeries to help others perceive her as a woman, and thus the marker for how others perceived her gender moved on our chart from everyone perceiving her as a boy to everyone perceiving her as a woman. This finally gave her gender euphoria, to have both her perceived gender and actual gender circles match perfectly. I would like to note here, there are tons of different gender identities we cannot cover because of time constraints. For example, someone could be gender fluid and their actual gender identity moves constantly on the spectrum. Demigender means someone feels a partial connection to multiple genders on the spectrum at the same time, so their marker is somewhere between. And agender means someone doesn't feel like they have a gender at all, and would therefore be marked in the direct center of the spectrum circle. Before we end the lesson, though, I want to quickly point out that no matter how far someone goes, it doesn't make their gender identity any less valid. Let's say a child doesn't have accepting parents at home, so they can't go to a gender therapist, nor can they get puberty blockers, or hormones, or surgery, because their parents or legal guardians won't sign off on the first step in that very long process. It does not in any way mean their actual gender identity is any less valid. It just means they have horrible and transphobic parents. In fact, in these situations, it puts the child at a much higher risk of suicide and depression because they cannot get the help they need to affirm their gender. So what we always suggest is for teachers and school administrators to affirm their gender in school. Friends should address them by their chosen name and pronouns online or away from their family members, and so on. Let's find out who we are and whom we love. With over 95 pride flags, 260 holidays, millions of genders, and even more sexual orientations, it can be difficult to find a label that perfectly fits who you feel you are inside and who you love. So, while today's episode is going to focus on helping with this, it's important to first note that you do not need labels to go about your daily life. Over 1.5 million people have come to us and watched our Pride Flags videos because they wanted to find what labels perfectly fit them. And it's not surprising. After all, most of the LGBTQ community has spent the beginning parts of our lives in the closet, hiding who we are and hiding who we love. We never really got to fit into a group when we were children because we weren't a part of the heteronormative society that was forced onto all of us. So when we came out, we tried desperately to find our community, to find our little niche of the LGBTQ that we can pal around with, and to find a label to call ourselves. We think, subconsciously of course, that if we find a label, we will somehow be more valid or normal because there's a word to describe us now. But the truth is, we don't have to. The truth is, LGBTQ is already valid on its own, no matter what. After many years in the community myself, and many more studying the community's behaviors, I've realized our community will accept you just the way you are. You don't need a label to walk up to someone else in the LGBTQ and make a new friend. So while labels are very unimportant to the community overall, a label might be helpful for you personally. But I do have to warn you before jumping into the process that you might not find the perfect label for yourself. For example, I only love men, so I would be considered a homosexual or gay man. But my sexual attraction for a man only grows once an emotional connection is formed with him, so I'm demisexual. And I never question my gender, so I'm also cisgender. But if you were to put all of those together, I'm technically a demi-gay cisgender male. And that's an awfully long label to call myself every time I introduce myself to someone, let alone put on a button on my t-shirt. So instead, I just live my life and, if anyone needs to know, I call myself gay. As for the rest of people, they don't really need to know those aspects of who I am. The only person that does need to know is my boyfriend Michael, or on a rare occasion, my doctor. My point is that you might not find one word to describe yourself after this process. So please don't go in thinking you're going to find the miracle word to summarize everything you feel, because most people are not defined by one word. Even that demi-gay cisgender male definition of myself doesn't cover everything of who I am. My sexuality and my gender are two very small parts of what makes me who I am. With that long definition, you wouldn't know how much I love camera equipment, filmmaking, traveling, and spending time with my family, my friends, and my boyfriend. So while labels are nice to have, they are not a key to finding lasting friendships or relationships. Just by being a part of the LGBTQ community, you can make new friendships and relationships without labels. But if you're trying to figure out who you are right now, or who you love, let's go through that process to find that. To help you with this, we have 2 downloadable worksheets available on our website linked down below for free. And while you're in the description, check out our pbrmerchstore.com, a brand new website with all new merchandise on it for our Pride Season 2022, including the shirt I'm wearing, Colors So Proud They Overflow, and our brand new mugs of Drinking Homophobic Tears and another for Transphobic Tears. There's a bunch of new merchandise on there I'm so excited to launch right now in May, so thank you so much and go check it out there. The first we're going to look at is the gender worksheet. If you can't download or print these worksheets, you can draw 2 circles on a sheet of paper yourself. Label one circle with perceived gender and the other with actual gender. Next, label the circles at the top left with male, top right with female, and bottom with non-binary, with a dot in the center of the circle for agender. The next question you have to ask yourself is, how does everyone around you look at you? Does everyone call you a boy? Does your family call you a girl? Think about how they address you. Do they use he and him and his pronouns when talking to you, or do they use she, her, and hers pronouns? Take a moment and think about this. Whenever you have the answer to that question, mark it down on the perceived gender circle. For example, if your family and friends call you a boy and use he, him, and his pronouns when speaking to you or about you, then you'll want to mark a dot next to the male side of this circle. If your family and friends call you a girl and use she, her, and hers pronouns when speaking to or about you, then you want to mark your dot next to the female side of the circle instead on this perceived gender circle. The next question you have to ask yourself is, who do you feel like you are? Sure, that is a question a gender therapist can help you with even more here, but ask yourself the question right now on this preliminary basis. Do you feel like you're a boy, a girl, neither, or do you feel like you don't have a gender at all? Maybe you feel like you're somewhere between any of these, and that's perfectly valid too. For a moment, forget about what's between your legs and what's on your chest. If you have a penis, don't define yourself as a boy just because you have a penis. If you have a vagina, don't define yourself as a girl just because of that alone. Your genitals define your sex assigned at birth, but your brain is the organ which defines your gender. Your gender and sex can be entirely different things, and that's perfectly fine. So maybe you find yourself wanting to dress more like a boy and doing more boy activities. Maybe your dot on this circle would be more towards the male side of the actual gender circle. Or maybe you find yourself wanting to dress in more effeminate clothes and wanting to do more girl activities. So your dot would be on that side, on the female side of the actual gender circle. Or maybe you want to dress in boy clothes sometimes and girl clothes other times. So your dot would be somewhere in between male and female. By the way, this is something called bi-gender. Maybe you feel like you don't want to define your gender by the normal boy or girl labels, so you would be more towards the bottom, the non-binary side of this actual gender circle. Or maybe you feel like you don't have a gender at all, and that's perfectly fine too. Your dot would be somewhere in the middle, in the direct center of this circle with a gender. It's important to note here that wherever you place this dot on the actual gender circle, it can change entirely, and you can feel like you want it somewhere else tomorrow or the next day. This is something called gender fluid, meaning your actual gender changes by the day, by the hour, or by the minute. But take a quick step back here and look at both of the circles on this paper. If your dot on the actual gender circle and the perceived gender circle match perfectly, then you are considered cisgender like myself. If the dots are in two separate places on these two circles, then you are transgender. If this is the case, and let's say, for example, that you feel your gender does not change from day to day, then only one of these dots has to move. Transgender literally means the transitioning of gender perception. So, for example, let's say your perceived gender is male, but your actual gender is female. You will want to use gender expression to help your family and friends start to perceive your gender for what it truly is. Maybe you'll want to start wearing more clothes to match your actual gender, using a hairstyle to match that actual gender, or maybe even taking puberty blockers and hormones to help your body express that actual gender to others. This helps your perceived gender dot move from one place to another on that perceived gender circle. I would like to note here that wherever you feel like your dot goes on this actual gender circle, no one, and I mean no one, not even the closest family, friends, or teachers of yours, can change where your gender falls on the actual gender circle. They cannot change your actual gender no matter how hard they try. They can only change how they perceive your gender, and that's more on them than you to solve, if that's a problem for them. Next, let's move on to the orientation worksheet, also available for free for download at our website linked down below. Again, if you don't have access to download or to print this worksheet, you can draw 7 circles this time on a blank sheet of paper. Each circle labeled with M for male at the top left corner of each circle, F for female in the top right, N for non-binary at the bottom of each circle, and A in the center for agender of each circle. Now label each of these 7 circles with the following titles: emotionally, physically, sexually, mentally, sensually, aesthetically, and romantically. So, before we go labeling any of these 7 for ourselves, let's first take a look at what all 7 mean. First, let's look at the first spectrum, emotionally. This relates to how much you want to hold someone close, take all their fears away, protect them at any cost, celebrate with them when they are having a great day, and cheer them up when they are having a bad day. Emotions are often intertwined with mood, temperament, personality, disposition, and creativity. Basically speaking, how much are you in love with a person's mind, and how well are your minds connected? Next is your physical love for someone. This is purely based on the love for their body as opposed to their mind. Basically, how much are you in love with a person's physical body and characteristics? Next up is sexually. While some people might combine sexually and physically, truly they are 2 separate spectrums here. This is because physically has more to do with a person's body, and sexually has more to do with the instincts, physiological processes, and activities connected with physical attraction or intimate physical contact between individuals. Basically, the physical spectrum is how much you love their body. Sexual spectrum is how much do you love the idea of partaking in sexual activity with a person. Next, let's talk about mentally. While some confuse this with emotional love, we cannot combine these 2 spectrums either. Mental love is more of an idealistic conception of what love is. It's a perception of idealized values in the other person. Emotional love is how you feel what they are feeling, but mental love is more about how much your ideas and core values are aligned. In other words, emotional is how much you are connected with them, and mental is more of how much are you connected with what love is and defining it. At number 5 is the spectrum for sensual love. Again, this is oftentimes confused with physical love, but sensual love is much different. Physical love is your love or desire for another person's body or physical attributes. Sensual love is the gratification of the 5 senses: touch, sight, hearing, smell, and taste. This could be as simple as the warm, happy feeling you have inside when you hug someone, how your eyes widen when you see someone after a long time, how you smile when you hear their voice on the other end of a phone call, how your brain starts to feel a sexual desire when you smell certain parts of their body, or could be as complex as the desire to taste their fluids, or as the kids these days might say, thirst for someone. Sensual love dives into not only the feeling you get when someone gives you a hug, but how you feel when you hug someone else. Next up is your aesthetic love for someone. This basically means how much are you attracted to their beauty. This includes everything from their style, taste, their clothing choices, makeup choices, and so on. Finally, let's talk romantically. This is your desire for a multifaceted connection to someone else. This includes the value you put on someone's personality and friendship, but it also includes your desire for someone who will go out of their way to make your day better, and vice versa. But before we go making up our chart of how we feel inside, we must remember that love comes in many different forms. How we love someone is determined by what their relationship is with us. For example, your boyfriend, girlfriend, fiancé, or spouse is considered an erotic or passionate love, and is therefore classified under the first of 4 types of love called eros love. Your best friend and coworkers you hang out with on the weekends are defined under a love of friends and equals, named philia love. Your love for your family, including your parents or children, is defined under storge love, and your desire to help random strangers and love for mankind is defined under agape love. So now let's look at this worksheet. As you're filling this worksheet out, remember it applies to all types of love. Everything from eros love to philia love to storge and even agape love. So for the circles emotionally and mentally, most people in the world would put their dot on this circle where they find themselves somewhere near the center, near agender. Most people can have friends, coworkers, family members, and romantic partners they love equally in the emotion and mental spectrums. So because they don't have a preference here to a certain gender, they would be in the very center of the circle. Basically speaking, if you can be friends with any gender, if you can love a family member of any gender, if you can love a stranger enough to help them on the street if they need help, and not care what gender they are, then your emotional and mental spectrums would be defined somewhere near the center, near the agender label. For other things like physically, sexually, and romantically, you might want to define these spectrums more on who you could be in a physical, sexual, or romantic relationship with in eros love. But remember, most gay people can be gay and still appreciate how good a woman looks. You can be straight and still appreciate how well a man looks. You might not want to physically do anything with them, but you can still offer them a compliment of how nice they look today. So don't just label yourself as all the way to one side automatically here. The truth is, many people are not all the way on any side of these 7 spectrums. For example, I can emotionally be attracted to anyone, but I do have a deeper connection emotionally with my boyfriend than most other people. So I'm near the center of the emotional spectrum, but with a slight emphasis on the male side. Physically, I'm only attracted to males, but I can appreciate when a woman or non-binary individual or agender individual looks good and compliment them. So I am almost all the way to the male side of this spectrum, but not entirely. Sexually, I'm only attracted to males. Mentally, I'm somewhere near the center, but again, with a slight emphasis to males. Sensually, I'm somewhere between males and agender. Aesthetically, I'm more towards males, and romantically, I'm almost entirely towards males. So even though I started this episode telling you how I'm a demisexual gay male, even on my chart you can see I'm not 100% perfectly gay, which is the only time on the show you'll hear me say that, and I guess that means that's it, show's over, we're done, I'm not gay anymore. If I was perfectly gay, all of my 7 spectrums would be perfectly male, and no attraction to anyone else in any of the 7 categories. And I wouldn't be that great of a person to hang around if you were a woman or non-binary person. But because most people only think about sexual attraction and not the other 6 spectrums, and because the definition of gay is so broad, I can define myself as gay even though my chart looks like this. Similarly, let's say for example I was a woman and I filled out my worksheet the exact same way. You might say I'm heterosexual and straight because I'm sexually attracted to males. But even then, I wouldn't be perfectly straight since not all 7 of these are perfectly 100% to males. The truth is, if everyone filled out this worksheet truthfully, no one, and I mean no one, would be perfectly straight, nor would they be perfectly gay or bisexual, pansexual, or any label at all. And if you and I filled out this worksheet 100% perfectly to how we truly feel, my 7 would not perfectly match your 7, because everyone on Earth and beyond is different. Why? Well, that's because, let's say for example's sake here, there's a million places on this emotional spectrum you can be placed on. And keep in mind, saying a million is very conservative here. In actuality, it's more like 10 million or 100 million places on each of these spectrums. But for example, and to make things as easy as possible, let's say there's only a million places you could place yourself on one of these spectrums. And you have to define yourself somewhere in one of those million places. That same thing applies to all 7 spectrums, by the way. And that means there's a 1 in 49 million chance of you and I having the same exact outcome to this worksheet. But remember, saying a million places on this spectrum is very conservative. So if we were actually talking about the real odds in real numbers here, we'd be talking more like the odds of you and I having the same exact outcome being 1 in 4,900,000,000 odds. This means whether you consider yourself straight, gay, bisexual, pansexual, or whatever label you feel is correct, if everyone filled out this worksheet perfectly, matching how they feel inside without lying at all, your worksheet would only match perfectly with one other person on planet Earth. That's because Earth only has 7.7 billion people on it right now. When the population eventually hits 9.8 billion someday, you'll have a second person on Earth to perfectly match your orientation worksheet. Now, this isn't to say there's only one person on Earth for you. My boyfriend and soon-to-be husband, Michael, doesn't match my orientation worksheet perfectly. Love doesn't work like that. You can love someone that varies on this worksheet compared to your answers. But what I'm saying is, we shouldn't rush to label ourselves or push a label that doesn't fit. Because the truth is, if we were really being honest here, no label fits anyone. No one is perfectly straight and no one is perfectly gay. But those labels are what we as a society said were broad definitions to define a group of people, and those labels help us better understand someone. For example, when your homophobic grandfather says he's straight, we know for a fact that he's not perfectly straight 100%, but it helps us to know they like an opposite gender romantically or sexually. But if we were really being honest and combined these two worksheets of orientation and gender, the odds of you perfectly matching your 2 gender spectrums and 7 orientation spectrums to someone else would be 1 in 19 quadrillion, 600 trillion people. This means if there were a galaxy of Earths out there filled with the same population of our planet Earth, my 7 spectrums of orientation and my 2 spectrums of gender would only match perfectly with one other person in 2,481,012 planet Earths. My point is that you are unique. No matter what labels you want to put on yourself, or no matter how you want to define your gender or orientation, you are so unique that it would take more than 2 million planets to find a clone of you with the exact match. You'll find someone like I did with Michael to love you for who you truly are and accept you for everything you want to become. And if you don't want to find that someone romantically or sexually, you'll still find plenty of friends who will love you and care for you the same. So if you find someone calling you weird or different for being gay or bisexual or transgender, the truth is the person calling you those things or treating you that way is equally as weird or different. You, on the other hand, while you're unique, you have a community in the LGBTQ that loves and accepts you no matter what. So just do me a favor, and while you're trying to find a label for yourself, remember you have this community. And remember, we love you no matter what label you find, even if you can't find one. And remember that homophobe in your life is not perfectly straight either. Is it really a sin to be gay, or is that just something they say to scare us? Welcome everyone to Powered and Protected by Rainbows. I'm of course your host, Matt Haslam. Before we jump into the show, first off, don't forget to like this video, comment down below your thoughts, and hit that rainbow subscribe button so you don't miss out on new episodes of Season 3. Anyway, on to our episode. As a child growing up and going to a Catholic grade school, I was always taught that being gay was a sin, and that I'll someday go to hell just because of who I am and who I love. I was also taught that God designs each of us in His perfect image. So He created me as a gay man, and yet I was told being gay was a sin. For years, this was one of the reasons I chose not to tell anyone that I was gay. But years later, I found out the truth, and shortly after, I came out publicly. But it got me thinking about other religions. So today we're examining religion, But first we must examine the laws surrounding religion, because they are just as important here. Most of our viewers are living in the United States, which is coincidentally where this show is produced. In the United States, we hear a lot of homophobia coming from the same people who heavily believe in the Second Amendment to the Constitution. That amendment gives citizens the right to bear arms. But what about the First Amendment? Well, that one gives every citizen the right to freedom of religion. It specifically states, quote, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances." In other words, this amendment gives every citizen the right to choose their own religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and to peacefully protest. It covers a lot, but in respect to religion, it means no law should be restrictive of your right to believe in whichever faith you choose, if any. And this means in the United States, even if others believe in a religion which believes it is a sin to be homosexual, they have no right to force that belief or religion on you, nor does the government through its laws. So as we go through each of these faith communities, please note that if any religion believes it is a sin to be gay, you don't have to believe in that faith, and no one in that faith can force you to believe the way they choose to personally believe. A lot of times this freedom of religion is used against the LGBTQ, to say that we're not allowed to infringe on the religious rights of others. But just like we're not allowed to infringe on their religious right, they aren't allowed to infringe on ours either, and most times that second part is largely forgotten. As for the religions themselves, according to the World Bank in 2018 and the most recent data available, there are roughly 7.6 billion people in the world. There are 19 religions which surpass 1 million followers, but only 4 of those religions have membership of over 10% of the world's population. Thus, to keep our episode in a reasonable time frame, we're only going to highlight these 4. The first of which is Christianity, with 2.1 billion followers worldwide, making up 27.65% of the world's population. You'd find yourself a part of this holy community if you consider yourself to be Catholic, Protestant, Lutheran, Baptist, Methodist, and more. Please forgive our condensing of a belief system into a sentence, but essentially, they believe in the Bible. They believe in God the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. While you might find some subtle differences while going between certain sub-religions in Christianity, they all believe heavily in the Bible. So let's take a look at the Bible then. The Old Testament of the Bible was originally written between 1200 and 165 BC. The New Testament was written between 0 and 100 AD. And for those who may not be aware of what BC and AD mean, the current year is 2020 AD. So we're living somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 years after the Bible was written. But to be clear, by all historian accounts, the Bible which was written thousands of years ago is not the same Bible which you can purchase at your local bookstore nowadays, seeing that the Bible is still the most commonly sold book in the world. Somewhere between 1946 and 1952 AD, the original Bible was translated to English by the Division of Christian Education of the National Council of Churches. They called this translated version of the Bible the Revised Standard Version. By the way, the key word in that name is revised. But this version is more commonly known as the RSV Bible. And this RSV Bible is the one which Christian faith communities read from every weekend during their church services and believe in wholeheartedly. During the 1940s and 1950s, homophobia was on the rise worldwide. LGBTQ individuals and groups were finally making some progress in gaining equality. In fact, in 1946, the Center for Culture and Recreation was founded in the Netherlands, and it was the first known LGBTQ organization in the world. In 1948, Denmark quickly followed suit, and in 1951, Greece decriminalized homosexuality. And these are just some of the equality milestones during the same years that the Bible was being translated by the Christian churches. In other words, LGBTQ people were finally making headway, and this was not making homophobic people happy. Thus, I'll let you decide for yourself if this next part was purely a coincidence. Now, back in the original text of the Old and the New Testament, the only time the Bible even merely mentioned sexual actions between two men was a section of text referring to pedophilia. It mentioned an older man was not to lay with a much, much younger boy. When the National Council of Churches translated this text, they did not translate it word for word. They also added in extra words never seen in the original version of the text. In other words, this was their own interpretation of the text. To say that a man lying with another man, regardless of age, was now a sin in the eyes of the church. And they added these words everywhere through the text of the entire Bible, making it seem as if homosexuality was a sin in many verses of the Bible, which it wasn't ever before. Why this change was made is beyond our current knowledge, even by historian research. But even if someone believes heavily in the Bible being the Word of God, the original Word of God never once mentioned anything about homosexuality, or to consenting adult men in a relationship being any form of sodomy. It only ever mentioned pedophilia, which is why many homophobes accuse gay people of automatically being pedophiles, and why our community is accused of such horrible accusations so regularly. It's all because the men whose job it was to translate decided to add in extra words to the original text. And now in the RSV Bible, pedophilia is right alongside homosexuality in the new version of the Bible. So if you consider yourself a Christian, then homosexuality is not a sin in your religion. And if you believe it is a sin, then you are not following the original text of the Bible in order to subscribe to that belief. Legally speaking, you cannot force anyone else to subscribe to your faith, and you cannot pass laws which force that false belief on others. And even spiritually speaking, in the 1st of John 3:15, it mentions, quote, "Everyone who hates his brother is a murderer. And you know that no murderer has eternal life abiding in him." In other words, hatred towards LGBTQ is a sin, as compared to being gay, which is not a sin in Christianity. So for the love of God, stop saying it's a sin. Moving on, let's talk about the Islamic faith, a community 1.3 billion members strong, making up 17.12% of the world's population. Those who believe in this faith community are called Muslims, and believe in one God, which they call Allah, and believe Muhammad was his prophet. Muslims base their faith on the Quran, which is their version of the Bible. But the Islamic faith doesn't have one central governing body, such as the Roman Catholics have the Vatican and the Pope. This means for Muslims, beliefs on LGBTQ can vary depending on which part of the world you live in. In the western part of the world, meaning North and South America, mosques are more LGBTQ friendly. In the eastern part of the world, between Europe and Asia, mosques are more homophobic. Some countries even take this to the extreme and follow other sections of the Quran to justify their murder of LGBTQ people. So if you plan to travel as an LGBTQ person, check to make sure which countries you'll be visiting, and keep away from the countries which criminalize being LGBTQ. A map of these countries can be found in the resources section in the description below. There are, however, a number of Western mosques which freely accept LGBTQ Muslims. A group called Muslims for Progressive Values has founded Unity Mosque in Atlanta, Georgia, Columbus, Ohio, and Los Angeles, California. Another group called the Muslim Alliance for Sexual and Gender Diversity even host a retreat for LGBTQ Muslims in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area every year. Now, the Quran only mentions how homosexual intercourse could at times be lustful. It never says that every homosexual act is always lustful. The reason this is important is because the Quran says that lust is a sin. But remember, not every homosexual act is lustful. And it never specifically says that a person being homosexual is a sin. So because there is no governing body in the Islamic faith, the debate on whether or not being homosexual is a sin in the Muslim community is all left up to the interpretation of the imams who lead their local mosque in prayer. Interestingly, being transgender is widely accepted in the Islamic faith in many mosques worldwide, and is actually more accepted than being homosexual. As the text reads in the Quran, lust is the only sin, and through our painstaking research, all we found evidence of is that homosexuality is technically not a sin in the Islamic faith, though I will concede that the text is up for massive interpretation. So if someone is Muslim, they may be completely correct in saying that their interpretation says that it is a sin. The next most popular religious belief is the non-religious, including secular, agnostic, and atheist. They make up 1.1 billion people worldwide, which is 14.49% of the world's population. Secular believe in being separate from any church community. They do not believe in being tied to any certain religion. Agnostic believe that nothing is known about God, so they don't subscribe to any religion, nor do they deny the existence of God. They simply believe in what is factually known. Atheists believe that God does not exist. But it's very difficult to determine whether or not being gay is a sin in these three non-religious communities. Secular can pick and choose which beliefs they choose to believe in from many churches. And because this choice is on an individual basis, it would be impossible to know if a majority of seculars believe that being gay is a sin. Equally, we cannot say beyond a reasonable doubt that a majority of seculars believe that being gay is not a sin either. For those who are agnostic, again, it is a personal belief they hold. So for agnostic, it becomes more about right and wrong rather than a sin or a non-sinful act. In fact, atheist is the only one of these three non-religious communities which we can determinately say it is not a sin to be homosexual in. Basically speaking, if you don't believe there is such a thing as sin, being homosexual cannot be a sin, nor can anything else be a sin for that matter. The fourth most popular religion in the world is Hinduism, which 900 million people believe in, making up 11.85% of the world's population. While being so popular, it has no single founder, no single scripture to follow, and no commonly agreed to set of teachings. And while this explanation is highly condensed, Hindus more commonly follow their own personal or more locally written text, which is modeled after what's called the Vedas. This was a collection of poems and hymns which was comprised by people living in northwest India between 1500 and 1200 BC. Hindus also closely follow Sanatana Dharma, which I'm sorry if I in advance if I pronounce that wrong, but it's the eternal set of duties every person has, including honesty, refraining from injuring living beings, goodwill, and mercy, just to name a few. In Hinduism, their divine beings can take many forms, but the common spirit is called Brahman. Hindus don't believe in heaven or hell. They simply believe in a continuous rebirth process which releases the body from its limitations and frees the spirit. This is called moksha. In the Vedas, it commonly refers to some people as a third sex. This third sex is loosely defining either people who cannot have sex, do not have the desire to have sex, or for homosexual people who are attracted to those of the same sex. Members of this third sex, including homosexual people, are not ostracized from the religion. In fact, they are sometimes even considered to have divine powers or insights. So that's pretty cool. Now, while their ancient text does not specifically mention homosexuality, or heterosexuality for that matter, it does mention procreative and non-procreative sexual acts. These procreative acts must be within a marriage in order to have the Hindu blessing. As for the non-procreative acts, it includes every sexual act which is not done to procreate. In other words, all gay sexual acts, and even some straight sexual acts such as oral. But even in the ancient text, these acts are not in any way discouraged for the common man. They are only discouraged for priests. So unless you're a Hindu priest, you are allowed to love whoever you were meant to love, and you're allowed to do whatever you want to do with those of the same sex, and it is not a sin. The Hindu American Foundation notes that, quote, given their inherent spiritual equality, Hindus should not socially ostracize LGBTQ individuals, but should accept them as fellow sojourners, which are their version of parishioners, on the path to moksha. So in Hinduism, being gay is absolutely fine, though I will note that some Hindu communities are not LGBTQ friendly, not because of their religious beliefs, but because of the attitudes imported from conquering nations. Welcome to Rainbow Science class. Show off your perfection with our LGBTQ perfection line of shirts and hoodies, available now on our merchandise store linked below. Welcome everyone to Powered and Protected by Rainbows. I'm of course your host, Professor Pride, and on today's show we're talking about the science of being transgender. But first off, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Anyway, on to our show. Today is International Transgender Remembrance Day, and this past week was Trans Awareness Week. So today is the perfect day to talk about how valid transgender people are. People have been identifying as transgender literally since the dawn of humanity. Some of the most famous times in history include the year 222, when the Roman Emperor Elagabalus preferred to be called a lady even though she was assigned male at birth. Records show that people were identifying as trans or gender fluid throughout the Middle Ages. But it wasn't until the last century when people started to have a problem with transgender people for no apparent reason. Now, before we continue in our science and history class today, we should first cover some basic terms we'll use in this episode. Transgender is a word denoting or relating to a person whose sense of personal identity and gender does not correspond with their genitalia birth sex. Gender dysphoria is a term used to describe the distress a person feels due to a mismatch between their gender identity and their genital sex assigned at birth. And gender fluid is denoting someone who does not identify themselves as having a fixed gender. In other words, their gender is on a spectrum and can change over time. Very basically, a child might start to feel gender dysphoria early in life, many times between the ages of 3 to 8 years old. They begin feeling like they are a different gender from the genitalia they were assigned at birth. But early in life, this might be wrongfully diagnosed as something else. In fact, accredited psychiatrist Murat Altanay says, quote, a lot of transgender people who are diagnosed with bipolar disorder or depression or anxiety are actually suffering from gender dysphoria. The hope, through our research, is that we'll be able to properly diagnose these people and treat them appropriately so they don't develop depression and anxiety. Once a child shows signs of gender dysphoria and starts to realize they are transgender, there are two different types of transitions available for them. And here is where many transphobic people will say that a 5-year-old is too young to know anything about their gender identity. And from their severe lack of education, they will accuse doctors of chopping off the genitalia from children. But that never ever happens, as you're about to see why. A child has the option of socially transitioning or medically transitioning. Socially transitioning means they will come out of the closet to their friends and family as transgender. They might ask people to use the proper pronouns, which match their gender identity. They might change their name to affirm their gender identity, and they might start dressing and grooming in ways that match their gender identity. This is called gender expression. This might include using a professional binder for transgender males to cover over their breast. So far, these are completely reversible steps, which cause zero harm to the child. As the data sadly proves, if the family members, friends, teachers, or others around the child don't accept the child's gender, they are more likely to feel severe depression, anxiety, and are more likely to consider and attempt self-harm. The people around the child need to use the child's true gender identity, their proper name, pronouns, and allow the child to dress and groom in ways which match their gender identity. If a transgender male is denied from using a proper binder to cover over their top section, many times this results in the child using ace bandages or other elastic materials to do the same job. But these materials are highly dangerous for children to use, which is why the proper items are desperately needed if your child wants them. If a child wants to medically transition, they have the option of socially transitioning as well. But it's usually at this step when a child starts seeing a professional psychiatrist working in transgender therapy. Then, after months of therapy, this therapist, combined with their doctor, both prescribe a puberty blocker, which basically postpones your body's puberty. Most times, you're on these puberty blockers and going to therapy for years before medical professionals would allow you to go to the next step in the process. We should note that puberty blockers may slow your physical growth, affect your height, and decrease your bone density, which makes your bones more likely to break in the future. In many countries around the world, including the United States, you cannot legally start the next step until you turn 16 years old. You also need your parent or guardian's consent from a licensed psychiatrist, and consent from your doctor to start what is called hormone treatment. These harsh restrictions are because, unlike puberty blockers, most of the changes from hormone treatment cannot be reversed. For men, these include deepening your voice and growing facial hair. For women, this includes developing breast and changing your body's shape. Hormone treatment can come in many forms, including a shot, pill, patch, gel or cream, or an implant. We again want to note that hormone treatment may increase your risk of blood clotting, high blood pressure, mood changes, and liver inflammation. But the most common side effects found so far are a lowered sexual desire and voice changes. All of these are reasons why your doctors highly monitor you on these medications. But puberty blockers and hormone treatment are proven to help your emotional and social development by making you more comfortable in your own body. Hormone treatment is shown to help trans people with depression and boost self-esteem. And most importantly, they might also prevent the need from future surgeries, such as the removal of your breast, otherwise known as top surgery. Finally, and only if you choose and your doctors approve, there is surgery. For males, they can receive top surgery to remove their breast, hysterectomy to remove the internal female reproductive organs, phalloplasty to construct a penis using skin from other parts of your body, and medioplasty, which makes your clitoris work more like a penis. For women, you can receive a breast augmentation, meaning you get implants in your breast area, orchiectomy to remove your testicles, laser hair removal to remove hair from your face or other parts of the body, tracheal shave, making your Adam's apple smaller, facial feminization to create smaller, more feminine facial features, and penile inversion vaginoplasty to create a vagina by inverting the penile skin. In order to even consider surgery, a person must be over the age of 16 with parent or guardian's consent, or over the age of 18 when they still need their doctor and psychiatrist consent. They must also have been on hormone therapy prescriptions for a minimum of a year. These surgeries can cost tens of thousands of dollars, and many insurance providers don't cover the cost in some states. Before undergoing surgery, your doctor will discuss with you the medical risk involved. Because of the risk and the cost involved, many transgender people merely decide to socially transition and not medically transition at all. Even for the trans people which start the medical transition, most of them only transition with puberty blockers and hormone therapy, and never get any surgeries. But no matter how a transgender person decides to transition, or how much they decide to match their gender expression with their true gender identity, they are no less real or valid compared to cisgender people like myself. We are all equal and we need to accept one another, which is why we always suggest asking a new friend of yours what pronouns they prefer to be called before addressing them in a conversation. Now, there are some people out there which will never accept transgender people for being their true gender. Sadly, we hear it in the news all the time, from stories like J.K. Rowling and more. Even I, as a gay cisgender man, have heard how transgender people should stay the gender they were assigned at birth. And that's a story I talk about in a recent live stream after a director I was working for told me wildly transphobic things in the workplace. I am lucky that my employer stands up for LGBTQ rights, but not everyone is so lucky. So if we're going to do this topic justice, we sadly need to take a quick look at transphobia. The thing you have to understand about transphobic people is their entire argument all boils down to one thing: science. No matter what argument a transphobic person might call out in the middle of their hatred, the keystone of that argument seems to be on a scientific basis. If you're not familiar with the word keystone, it's a term used in architecture to describe the central stone at the summit or the top of an archway, locking the whole arch together. Now, if only there was a way for us to remove that keystone and scientifically prove their cornerstone invalid, then every single one of their arguments fall apart as a result. And at this point, I think you know where I'm heading with this episode, because luckily for us, science proves that being transgender is completely valid. So let's explain how we know this. The most common argument that transphobic people will make is that you were assigned the gender at birth which you were always meant to be. But as accredited psychiatrist Moret Altanay reports, we know that after a father's sperm cell fertilizes an egg in the mother's womb, that embryo starts to develop specialized genitalia, resembling male or female. Which genitalia it develops is determined by the father's sperm cell. But, quote, the brain and the body can go in different directions. Gender is not only in our genitalia, there is something in the brain that determines gender. So technically speaking, this argument saying you were born with the gender you were meant to be is correct, because your brain was born the way it is, and your brain doesn't switch out with someone else's. But gender is not determined by having a penis or a vagina downstairs. It's determined in your brain. So in February of 2015, scientists began publishing their scientific studies of the brain to determine what being transgender really means. Previous studies on transgender people started out with a huge bias of trying to find a, quote, cure for a perceived mental illness, which in fact never existed. But this 2015 study was the first to begin with no bias, and was merely conducted to understand what it meant to be transgender. The study was started by Professor Guy T. Chun, who is the head of department, clinical staff physician, and clinical researcher at the Department of Endocrinology at Ghent University Hospital in Belgium. The study was called the European Network for the Investigation of Gender Incongruence, otherwise known as ENEGY, and includes over 2,600 participants. While the study itself is very complex, and a study which only scientists could best explain here, basically speaking, researchers began following 2,600 participants throughout their entire life. And they do this in many ways for many reasons. Some parts of the research are trying to determine whether hormone medicine is working, or if it has adverse effects on the body, which, as we mentioned a moment ago, it so far is found to be almost entirely safe. And other parts of the research are following the brain to see how happy the person actually is. Since the brain is where gender is determined, the main focus of the study was on the brain itself, using what's called an MRI machine. MRI stands for magnetic resonance imaging, and it's a large tube-shaped magnet which the patient lies down inside of. Once the machine is turned on, The magnetic field temporarily realigns water molecules in your body, and radio waves then use these aligned molecules to produce faint signals, which are used to create cross-sectional MRI images. Most times, MRI machines are used in a patient experiencing pain to see if there are any organs in your body which have problems that the doctors can then try to fix. But in this study, the 2,600 participants were put in MRI machines to scan their brains and record brain activity. The researchers also had cisgender men and cisgender women go through the same test, and finally, researchers compared the scans. On the left side of your screen, you can see the brain activity of a cisgender male adult. On the right side of your screen, you can see the brain activity of a transgender male adult. But you'll notice, they look nearly identical. And that's something researchers found in every single case out of the 2,600 participants. Their study concluded that transgender males have brain activity almost identical with cisgender males and wildly different from the brain activity from cisgender females, even though they were assigned female at birth of their genitalia. They also determined that transgender females have brain activity almost identical with cisgender females and massively different from the brain activity from cisgender males, even though they were born male at birth with their genitals. In other words, the brain is 100% backing the hypothesis that your gender is identified in your brain, not your genitalia. And it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that being transgender is completely valid according to science. As you likely know from your science class in school, something can be a scientific fact if it is proven by one scientific study. But it can only become a scientific law if that study can be repeated and gets the same result. And that's exactly what Dr. Julie Baker from the University of Leeds did in May of 2018. But the previous energy study only conducted MRI scans on adults, and that's why Dr. Baker did her study by doing MRI scans on 160 transgender children and teenagers. Her MRI scans also measured brain microstructures using a technique called diffusion tensor imaging, which was the same technique used in the 2,600 person study in 2015. These 160 new brain scans were compared to people of comparable age who were not diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and her result was identical. Trans male brain scans matched perfectly with cisgender male brain scans. Trans female brain scans matched perfectly with cisgender female brain scans. Dr. Baker even noted that, quote, although more research is needed, we now have evidence that sexual differentiation of the brain differs in young people with gender dysphoria, as they show functional brain characteristics that are typical of their desired gender. As a result, she says, we will then be better equipped to support these young people instead of just sending them to a psychiatrist and hoping their distress will disappear spontaneously. But the limitations of these studies are endless. As Dr. Altanay says, some of the brain scans show people are somewhere between, sharing characteristics of both male and female brain scans. And this scientifically proves that gender exists on a spectrum. So if you're genderqueer, gender fluid, or non-binary, these scientific studies prove that your spectrum of gender is 100% valid as well. Finally, I would like to note in the science of being transgender that a transgender person can be either heterosexual, homosexual, or anywhere else on the 7 spectrums of orientation. Many times people confuse being transgender with homosexuality because our communities regularly celebrate, protest, and identify ourselves in the same LGBTQ acronym of our community. But your gender and your sexual orientation are not the same. If you are homosexual, that does not mean you're also trans, and vice versa. If you're transgender, you can be heterosexual, homosexual, pansexual, or anywhere else on the 7 spectrums of sexual orientation, including emotionally, physically, sexually, mentally, sensually, aesthetically, and romantically, all of which we described in detail in our episode, What is Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity, as part of our Coming Out Advice series. For example, If you are a transgender male, because you are just as valid as a cisgender male, we should simply refer to you as a male instead of saying transgender male. Thus, if you were attracted to females, you would be heterosexual. If you were attracted to males, you would be homosexual. If you were attracted to non-binary people, you'd be scoliosexual. If you were attracted to two of those genders, you'd be bisexual, and so on. This same principle would apply to transgender females, being straight if they were attracted to males, lesbian if they were attracted to females, and so on. As we mentioned a moment ago, every single argument that transphobic people have is based on the keystone of science. That's why we've decided to take the class on a little trip today through the actual science of being transgender. So what exactly does the science say about being trans? Well, science proves that your gender is not determined by your genitals, but instead it's determined by your brain. Then, brain scans prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that being transgender is valid and that you are in fact the gender you identify as. But contrary to what transphobic people will say, for no other reason than to scare parents into signing petitions, no medical doctor is cutting off your penis at 3 years old. At minimum, you need to go through years of therapy by a licensed and accredited transgenderism psychiatrist. Medical doctors need to prescribe you puberty blockers. Then, at the age of 16, they can start prescribing you hormone treatments. After at least a year on those treatments, you can begin to talk about your gender reaffirming surgeries with your doctor. But most transgender people choose to just take the hormone therapy and never do any surgeries at all. And most transgender people simply will transition socially by asking their friends and family to call them by their true name and preferred pronouns. Most trans people won't ever choose to medically transition at all. So yet again, the arguments of these transphobic people are completely false. Thanks to the hard work of these two universities, Ghent University Hospital and the University of Liege, both located in Belgium, and thanks to Professor Guy T. Choon and Dr. Julie Baker, we now know a lot about being transgender. Welcome to Rainbow Science class. Show off your pride with all new shirts, water bottles, hoodies, and more. Available now on the PBR merchandise store, linked in the description down below. Welcome everyone to Power Rainbows. I'm of course your host, Professor Pride, and on today's show, we're going over the science of being homosexual, bisexual, pansexual, and so on. But before we begin, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Anyway, on to the show. Now, a few months ago, we taught a class called The Science of Being Transgender, which covered trans, non-binary, gender fluid, and showed you the hard data of why all gender identities in the LGBTQ+ are valid. That class is still available on YouTube on our channel and is linked in the description down below. But back then we promised to someday come back to our science classroom and teach you the science of being gay, bisexual, pansexual, and your sexual orientations in general. So let's first start off with the numbers. According to a Pew Research study, roughly 10 to 11% of the world's population identifies as LGBTQ+. With a global population of 7.67 billion people as of 2019, that means roughly 767,400,000 people on Earth are LGBTQ+. Now, according to that same accredited study, 40% of our LGBTQ community identifies as bisexual. 36% identify as a gay man, like me, 19% identify as a lesbian, and 5% identify as transgender. So it's glaringly obvious there are a lot of people out there who are homosexual, or have at least some homosexual attractions. When you run the numbers, it turns out 729 million people have these homosexual attractions on Earth. And just like with our Science of Being Trans class a little while ago, we're going to look at this from unbiased sources, trying to find the science without any bias as to what the outcome of that science says. Now, some homophobic hate groups out there will claim being gay is a choice, all in an effort to fund their hatred or their conversion therapy camps, pushing kids to suicide. But What does the actual science say about homosexuality or homosexual attractions? For that matter, what does the science actually say about being straight and heterosexual? Homophobic arguments are based entirely on a scientific argument, and that would be a solid argument if the science actually backed up their claims. But as you'll see in a moment, again, it's basically like homophobes out there built an entire building on a keystone of something that is easily proven false, and thus their entire structure crumbles from underneath their argument. In August of 2019, a study was conducted by some of the top molecular scientists in the world. They are employed by the top universities and research institutes in the United Kingdom, the United States, Netherlands, Australia, Sweden, and Denmark. Quite literally, the team they assembled for this study has more doctors and credentials than I can possibly name in this short video here. And to be completely honest, I wouldn't even know how to pronounce half of their credentials. So I'll leave a list here on the screen and a link in the description so you can learn more about these amazing doctors and scientists. Now, if you're not familiar with what DNA is, it's a scientific term, and it's called deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a complex molecule that contains all the information necessary to build and maintain an organism. Basically, it's the foundation of any living thing. What's contained inside of an organism's DNA determines what the living thing is, how it behaves, and every other aspect of its life. DNA is made up of nitrogenous bases, including adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine. Forgive me if I mispronounce any of those, by the way. These are the bars which make DNA look like a spiral staircase. The staircase is surrounded by two sugar phosphate backbones, which offers the other bases, or steps if you will, a structure to form on. And in layman's terms, what the living thing is, how it behaves, with the partnering of the organism's environment, of course, and every other aspect of who you are is determined by these nitrogenous bases, and how they are arranged on this spiral staircase. But going back to this molecular scientist study from a moment ago, and keep in mind, molecular scientist just is a fancy term for DNA scientist. They looked at over 477,000 people's DNA from around the world. That's almost 500,000 people. They had help from DNA testing companies 23andMe and UK Biobank to collect enough samples from around the world rather than just collecting samples from the local individuals in their home countries. Basically, they wanted to know the real answer rather than just knowing how Finland's LGBTQ people are, for instance. Instead, they wanted to know how LGBTQ people are from around the world. In their study, they asked participants to identify how many sexual partners they've had, what kinds of sex they've had, what they found attractive in their partners, about their sexual identity and their sexual fantasies. Then, the researchers compared the DNA samples to determine if there were any commonalities between the nitrogen bases in those who admitted they had homosexual attractions. For a baseline here, they also compared whether there were any commonalities in those who only had heterosexual or straight attractions. Here is where the researchers identified 5 genetic markers, which are clearly connected with same-sex attraction. Basically speaking, these 5 single points in the genome seemed to be common among people who had at least one same-sex experience. They also found some hints as to what these genetic variants do biologically. They determined, quote, "Using genetic data, we found evidence that sexual behavior is a highly complex trait, and that there is not a single dimension of sexuality." Next, they saw, quote, "Many of the same genetic markers influence same-sex sexual behavior in females and males. But we also found some markers with sex-specific effects." And finally, they found that, quote, "Genes that play a role in same-sex sexual behavior partly overlap with those for several other traits, including openness to experience and risk-taking behavior." But it's important to note here that these 5 genetic markers do not define 100% of why someone is gay. Basically speaking, it's not like you can look at someone's DNA, find these 5 markers, and tell whether they are gay or straight. According to the study, these 5 markers only account for up to 25% of why someone has same-sex attraction. The other 75% is embedded into literally thousands of genetic variants, each with a very small effect, lining your DNA throughout your whole body. And to find all of these thousands of bits of DNA in someone's body means you would literally need to draw samples of their DNA from every part on their body and look for them under a microscope. And still, you don't know exactly what you're looking for. When in comparison, you could just ask the person if they are gay, which is a whole lot easier. And interestingly here, remember how I told you they weren't just looking at LGBTQ people's DNA? They were actually looking at straight people's DNA too for a baseline? Well, from their research, they found that while, yes, there is no one specific gay gene, there is also no specific straight gene either. Even for straight people, how they love is determined by thousands of bits of their genetic code in their DNA throughout their whole body, which each make tiny contributions to their attraction. Not only does this mean changing someone's sexual orientation is impossible, because you would literally have to find all of these thousands of bits of DNA and switch them out perfectly. But this also means having same-sex attraction is not a choice we make. It is truly something we are born with, and it is genetic. Even more interesting than that, because many of their samples came from DNA testing companies, they were also able to look at the participants' family trees and determine where the DNA genetic line goes in their family. They found a gay man is more likely than a straight man to have a biological gay brother. Lesbians are more likely than straight women to have a gay sister. And 8 to 25% of LGBTQ people have at least one person in the immediate past generation of their family who identify as the same sexual orientation or gender identity as they do. The immediate past generation means your biological mother and father's generation, which would include either one of your parents biologically or their siblings. In other words, your aunts and uncles. So if same-sex attraction can at least be partially traced through genetics, are humans the only species on Earth to have same-sex attractions? Well, many people here will point to penguins, who often do live in homosexual relationships, or frogs, who often live in bisexual or pansexual relationships. But they are far from the only animals on Earth to have same-sex relationships and desires. Everything from mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, amphibians, insects, and other invertebrates all have shown to have same-sex relationships. And contrary to what Alex Jones might say that we're turning the frogs gay, it's not just recently. It's been going on since the beginning of time, as far back as the dinosaurs have showcased same-sex relationships and attractions. Even for humans, it's not uncommon to find someone in history that matches your sexual orientation. On this show, we've talked about Antinous, who was the Roman god of homosexuality, George Washington, who was bisexual, and if you're religious and believe Jesus was a real person, you likely know the evidence showcases how he was homosexual, or at the very least, bisexual, which we will likely cover in a different episode. But no matter where you look in history, someone famous matches your sexual orientation. And if you look hard enough, you'll likely find someone in your family that does too. And for the record, we know that every credible study on the genetics of having same-sex attraction, from humans to other animals, needs further studying. This is far from the end of the research, but merely the beginning. Even the researchers of the main study we sourced for this episode concede that 50 years ago, when being gay was illegal in many of those countries, not many scientists wanted to work on finding evidence to prove how valid it is. But luckily, we live in a different time, and now the research can be done to figure that out. And so far, the evidence is crystal clear. Having same-sex attractions is not a choice we make. It's in our DNA, embedded into thousands of bits of our genetic code throughout our entire body. It can be traced back through our families can be found in almost every animal species on Earth and can be traced back all the way to the age of the dinosaurs. So if a homophobe tries to nullify your sexual orientation, at least now you know the science of how valid your orientation is. How can you be a better and more inclusive parent? Your job as a parent is to provide the best life possible for your children, to help them grow up in a safe environment, teach them everything they need to know to survive on their own, and to foster their dreams, so they may accomplish all they want to in this world. Sadly, not all parents live up to that mission statement. For example, my own mother was the exact opposite of that, and perhaps your parents acted in similar ways. But it's our job to do better than our parents did, and to make the world a better place for our children. So today, we thought we'd teach you some ways you can be a better parent for your child. To do this, I want you to first envision everything you want for your child. Close your eyes and imagine it now. Chances are you're picturing them as a 30 or 40-year-old with a house of their own, a wife or a husband, their kids running in the yard outside, and visiting you on the holidays. Maybe your son or daughter is working in that office building across town and stopping by the grocery store on their way home so they can make dinner for their family. But now, open your eyes and forget everything you just imagined, because that is your dream for your child. That is not their dream. That's not what they want for themselves. And to be honest, you don't know what they want for themselves yet, because maybe they never told you. For example, when I was younger, I told my dad how much I wanted to be a firefighter, just like he was, a policeman, a truck driver, a construction worker, and a million other dreams, which never came to be. Even when I started my own company at 9 years old, I dreamt of being a country music star. But as you can tell from this video and our education channel here, that dream evolved just like I did over the years, to now helping school districts and students worldwide on LGBTQ topics. My point is, your children may not ever tell you what they want in life, because they might not know exactly what that is yet, nor should they be forced to make that decision so early in life. But just like with a career, the other aspects of their life are up to your children as well. For instance, that house they live in doesn't have to be a mile down the road so they can visit every weekend. If their life takes them to the other side of the world, as long as you provided a safe and loving environment to your children, I promise you they will find their way back to visit as often as possible, no matter how long the trip might be. And just like their house and career, whom they love and the gender they identify as is up to them as well. No matter what you do or say as a parent, by all estimates, 11 to 12% of children are either out of the closet or will someday come out as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, non-binary, asexual, aromantic, intersex, and so on. This means millions of children worldwide are LGBTQIA+, but sadly last year only 1 in 3 LGBTQ children found their home and family to be LGBTQ friendly. Now we can go over all the science showing you exactly how their sexual orientation or gender identity are not a choice they make, but instead scientifically proven to be valid. We've already covered these topics in other episodes, so I will leave links to both of those episodes in the description down below if you'd like to learn more. But there are some things you should know before we continue. If your kids don't find their homes to be LGBTQ friendly, they don't just stop being LGBTQ one day. Instead, they go to other places to find that support. In fact, in a national survey, 69% of LGBT youth said they found that affirming spaces online. 50% said they found that affirming place at school, and only 34% said they found that support at home. And our show is a testament to those stats. After all, if all parents followed that mission statement I mentioned at the top of the episode, and if all schools around the world did their job of teaching how normal being LGBTQ is, so their students felt more loved and accepted, I wouldn't really have a job teaching parents and schools how to do their jobs better. And I wouldn't have children in my comment section every single day, thanking us for the LGBTQ safe place that we created for them here. So what can you do as a parent to do better? First up, you can stop all of your preconceived wants and desires for your children. This means you need to stop envisioning what their life will look like. Don't be that parent in the audience pushing your child to go on stage to live out a fantasy or a lifestyle you were cheated from. Instead, be the parent on the sidelines, cheering your child on when they do good and being there for them when they fail. But don't push them to do things just because it fits your narrative or desire for them. If they want to take that skilled trade, don't force them to be a doctor. Trades make great money and are just as respectable as doctors are. But to that point, stop asking your child when they will get a girlfriend or a boyfriend. When I was growing up, my mom used to take pictures of me with every girl in my class. She swore one of those girls would end up being my wife someday, and constantly called every friend of mine my girlfriend. Being straight was forced onto me, so I just learned how to hide being gay better and better over the years. So your children will do the same as I did. Instead, don't call their friends by girlfriend or boyfriend unless they tell you that title specifically. Newsflash, your son might want a boyfriend and your daughter might want a girlfriend. And an even bigger newsflash, that is perfectly fine. Along those same lines, don't force any gender on your child either. Ideally here, you wouldn't have a gender on their birth certificate, and you'd allow them to tell you what gender they identify as later in life. But that's not going to happen in every case. So instead, make sure your children know they can identify however they'd like. This starts at birth. Don't paint your daughter's room pink or your son's room blue. As we've covered in our Crayons Box episode earlier this year, that's not how the world works. Next, cultivate an accepting environment for your children. Nowadays, you are bound to hear about an LGBTQ story on the news from time to time, or see an LGBTQ character on television. Whenever one of these stories pops up, express how you feel to your child. If a character comes out of the closet as gay or transgender on television, tell your children how beautiful you think it is that the character can be their authentic selves finally, and remind them how accepting you are. If a news story comes on that tells of a gay or trans person being harassed or worse, express your disdain for what happened and tell your children how you wish the victim of that incident lived in a world where that discrimination never happened. Next up, routinely remind your children that they are loved. This seems like a basic one here, but it's one not many parents do to this extent. Saying I love you at night while tucking your children into bed isn't good enough here. For many LGBTQ youth, breaking the news to your mom and dad is the scariest part of coming out. As Dr. Fields of Johns Hopkins Medicine points out, quote, "Time and time again, we hear the same thing from patients. Once my parents are behind me, I can handle anything else the world throws at me. You're their anchor, and your acceptance is key." In fact, research shows that LGBTQ adolescents who are supported by their families grow up to be happier and healthier adults. So instead of just telling your child that you love them, remind them that you will love them no matter what. Remind them routinely that you will love them no matter whom they love or no matter what they do in life. Next, encourage a dialogue with your children. When they come home from school, ask them how their day was and ask them what they learned. When they get home from a friend's house, ask them how it went and what was the most fun part of the night. We were all once children ourselves, so I don't have to remind you that your children will probably sometimes just give you a one-word answer. You'll ask them how their day was, and they'll just respond by saying, "Fine, Mom," or "Fine, Dad." At times, it will feel like pulling teeth, but please open this dialogue. Studies show that by parents wanting to have small conversations like this with their children, it shows your kids how involved their parents want to be in their lives. And by never giving up this desire to have these conversations, and never losing interest, it shows your kids that you are there for them for the larger things later on. When or if your child wants to talk about their gender identity or sexuality, they already know you are there for them. You already have this trust built up and dialogue open with them, so it makes it a million times easier for them to talk to you about bigger things later on. Next up is a two-part tip. Learn the facts and know that you don't have all the answers. You can take some of our 438 courses so far on this channel to learn some facts, but the major takeaways you need to know now by heart are as follows. No, it is not just a phase your child is going through. They will not someday get over being gay or transgender. This is just who they are deep down inside. If they are telling you this information, please know that being gay or trans is not a choice they are making. Telling you is the only choice they made. As we tell students all the time, coming out is like throwing a party. It's up to your child who gets invited to that party and when. This also means if you even remotely suspect your child of being LGBTQ, don't force them to come out either. Maybe your son has a more effeminate voice, or maybe you catch your child trying on one of your dresses. Even if you massively suspect it, don't sit them down and ask them to come out to you. Instead, just follow these other tips and provide an open dialogue and loving home. Soon enough, they will trust you to know it's safe to come out to you. If you watch our 35 Tips to Coming Out episode, you'll see that we teach your kids how to test the waters, to know who it's safe to come out to and when. We teach them how to spot these signs of their parents being LGBTQ friendly, and we also instruct them not to come out to someone if they don't think you'll be LGBTQ friendly. So just follow these tips and you'll pass that testing the water exam soon enough. But when they come out to you as LGBTQ, know that the only choice present in that moment is a choice you will make as a parent. If you choose to accept that invitation to their party and accept them as LGBTQ, you are doing your job upholding that mission statement from earlier. If you choose to decline that invitation and not accept them, please know that you are more than likely going to lose your child forever. They will never visit you later in life, and sadly, according to most data available, they will seriously consider, if not attempt, suicide within the coming year. All because you failed as a parent and you chose not to accept them for being LGBTQ. Please know that there is no cure for homosexuality or transgenderism. There is no cure because these are not diseases. They are not things which need to be fixed. And finally, because they are not things which need to be fixed, please don't look for something or someone to blame. Instead, celebrate your child for all that they are. But next on that point is to know you aren't going to have all the answers. If you are straight and cisgender, there is simply no way you are meant to know what it's like to be LGBTQ. So ask forums like ours here at PBR to help you with that if you're struggling to understand something. Don't ask your child because they aren't supposed to be the spokesperson for the community, and they aren't meant to be professors of this education like we are. Parents are going to make mistakes, and you have to know that's okay. Especially if your child is transgender, you might accidentally call them by the wrong pronouns or by their dead name one day. As long as you apologize sincerely and try your best to do better in the future, that's all your child can ask from you as a parent. No one is perfect, so don't hold yourself to that perfect standard. But when you make mistakes, never hold your ego so high that you don't apologize and correct mistakes going forward. Next up, stay involved with your child's school. If you do the math, kids spend just as much time at school as they do at home. So it's important that while you're trying to create an accepting and affirming home life for them, you need to make sure their school is just as affirming. Some ways you can do this include advocating for a Gender Sexuality Alliance Club, called a GSA Club, which are shown to make schools safer and boost academic performance. To learn more about this and for free resources to make one, check out our episode linked down below. You can also maintain frequent contact with teachers and administrators to know when issues arise. You can push your school to provide LGBTQ inclusive education. In schools around the world, there are massive disparities in what kids learn about straight people compared to LGBTQ people. This includes everything from history, science, literature, geography, health, and sexual education courses. You should know these disparities exist and push your school to fill in the gaps with more inclusive education as a result. Luckily for you, we have plenty of courses available to help with that. Just go to prideclassroom.com to find all of our free courses. And most importantly, remember your voice matters. If the school isn't listening, go to the principal or the school board. Parents often forget their voices matter and forget schools do actually listen to parents when it comes to these issues. Sometimes, federal laws even demand the school be LGBTQ inclusive, but the school breaks those laws anyway. So make sure that you make your voice heard. Next up, look for signs of bullying at school or at home. When you ask your child how their day was at school, many kids will just give you one-word answers. Many kids who are bullied will try everything to hide it because they don't want their parents to make it a bigger issue, for fear of their bullies just continuing to torment them or worse, ridicule them for having their mom or dad come down to help. So here are some ways you can tell your child is being bullied in school. Is their behavior changing suddenly? Are they having discipline or behavior problems in school? Are their grades suddenly suffering? Do they have unexcused absences from school? Does your child suddenly shift in what friends they hang out with? These are all warning signs that your child is being bullied in school. And if these are the case, you need to talk with a teacher, advisor, or administrator right away. It only took a few hours of bullying for 16-year-old Channing Smith to decide to end his life after he was outed as bisexual. It only took a few days for 9-year-old Jamel Miles, after coming out as gay in school, for him to take his own life at home. So if you notice these warning signs of bullying, you need to act quickly. Otherwise, your child might be the next name we list in an example like this one. Next up, take a team approach to helping your child know they are loved and supported. Make sure all of your family members are acting in similar ways, where they accept LGBTQ people. If grandma doesn't like gay people, don't invite grandma to the holiday dinner. And especially, don't force your child to sit at the same table with grandma on holidays. Make sure your entire family, their school, and their community are all accepting and affirming. And if not, do everything in your power to educate the family, the school, and the community. Not just to protect the safety of your child, but the safety of hundreds of other kids in your community. Finally, stay on top of social media. 96% of LGBTQ adolescents said social media positively impacted their well-being. However, 88% said it negatively impacted their well-being as well. So, you as a parent need to recognize that children are often discouraged from being open about their orientation or gender in school, around their families, and in their life in general. Like we said before, because of this, they find comfort online, on social media. Sometimes they find their way to platforms and LGBTQ safe places like ours, but many times they find comfort on social media and other applications to meet others, including dating apps. Some of these places can be healthy for your child. For example, an LGBTQ club or GSA might have a Facebook group for everyone to connect and network. These are healthy places your children can be a part of, share their stories on, and get advice from. But other places like Grindr or adult film websites may not be appropriate for people of their ages. We've talked about this before on our show, where children who cannot find representations of themselves in schools or elsewhere in life turn to adult websites to learn what being gay or bisexual means. This creates a culture in the gay community, replacing love with sexual intercourse, and this results in what's now called the Grindr hookup culture. But we can put a stop to it. We just need to create an accepting and affirming place for kids to learn and grow elsewhere. As a bonus tip here, And as the Director of Children, Youth, and Families Program at the Human Rights Campaign, Ellen Kahn says best, quote, "Parents are often afraid. They don't know how to talk about it, but kids get it. They don't discriminate until they are socialized to do so. So please remember, kids are watching everything we do. You may not be perfect all the time, but trying to be more inclusive, accepting, and affirming to your children will help them far more than you know." In fact, in a happiness index survey, 92% of LGBTQ kids who grew up in an accepting home environment will grow up to live a very happy life. But just 35% of LGBTQ kids who grow up in non-accepting homes grew up to live a happy life. So the disparity there is quite alarming. If you're a parent or a child out there and want to share your stories or additional tips for parents, we would love hearing from you in the comments down below. If you're feeling depressed, feeling like harming yourself, or if you feel like ending your beautiful life, please take a moment and watch this episode. Welcome everyone to Powered and Protected by Rainbows. I'm of course your host, Professor Pride. And on today's show, we're talking about depression, self-harm, and tips on how to help you overcome those feelings. Before we get to those tips though, I wanted to quickly mention that I am not a licensed therapist, but our entire research team had massive help this week from amazing organizations such as the Trevor Project, Befrienders Worldwide, and many, many more. So I can assure you our tips are accurate and they work. Throughout our entire episode today though, you'll notice we have a crawler on our screen showing you at least one crisis intervention hotline for every country we could find. Some of these are emergency numbers, and some others are in countries where it's still illegal to be LGBTQ. So you still have to be careful in those specific countries of what you say to the counselor on the other end of the phone. But in a majority of countries, you can talk about whatever you need to, and you can always go to trevorchat.org to talk with someone about being LGBTQ no matter where you live in the world, including those countries. Now look, I know that some people look down on talking to a therapist for help because there's this stigma about it. But for a moment, think of it like this. You go to your doctor every so often to get a physical and a checkup to make sure your body is doing well. In these checkups, they make sure your heart is healthy and your lungs are working correctly, and they check to make sure you're healthy. But a therapist is just a doctor for your brain. They help you make sure you're mentally healthy and doing well. Just like a doctor can tell you how to eat more greens if you have an unbalanced diet, a therapist can give you some personalized tips on how to help your brain feel better. So I know it might seem weird at first, but I promise you that talking to someone about how you're feeling is perfectly normal, and it's something all of us should do on a regular basis to make sure our brain is just as healthy as the rest of our body is. Now, I'll admit that I've had severe depression for many years. It's not something that simply goes away magically, but I can tell you for certain that it's something we can learn to live with, and it's something we can overcome together. Because no matter how much we think so, the truth is we are never alone in this. So today, we're first going to look at some of the warning signs our bodies and minds send to us to tell us that we might need some help and we might need to talk to someone. These warning signs are some things you should look out for in your own life and in your friends and families. Next, we'll go through some tips on how we can help ourselves overcome those feelings. And finally, we'll talk about how to get other people in our lives the help and resources they need. But let's start today with the warning signs our body sends to us, and the warning signs you might want to look out for in your friends and family group to make sure they are okay. If you find yourself feeling unimportant, trapped, hopeless, overwhelmed, unmotivated, alone, irritable, impulsive, or maybe you feel like your life isn't worth living, These are all signs that our brains need us to talk to someone about how we're feeling. If our friends or family members are saying things like, "It won't matter soon anyway," or "I don't deserve to live," maybe they're saying things online or even in person, such as, "Things will never get better for me." These are all signs we need to make sure our friends or family members have someone to talk to and the resources they need to get help. But if our friends are saying goodbye with messages like, "You're the best friend I've ever had, I'll miss you the most," or if they tell us they've thought about a specific plan for suicide by telling us things like, "I've thought about how I'd do it," or maybe your friend is saying things like, "Life is so hard. Lately I've felt like ending it all," that's when we know that we need to immediately get them the help that they desperately need in that moment. If your friend is using drugs or alcohol more than usual, acting differently than usual, giving away their most valuable possessions, losing interest in their favorite things to do, admiring people who have died by suicide, planning for death by writing goodbye letters or a will, eating or sleeping more or less than usual, or feeling more sick, tired, and achy than usual. All of these are extreme warning signs, which tells you that your friend needs immediate help. Don't just leave them alone because they ask you to leave them alone. Stay by their side until they get the help they need. And depending on the country you live in, use the phone numbers or the websites at the bottom of your screen now to sit by their side and call to get them that assistance. Now we're going to discuss some of the ways we can overcome these feelings of depression. And I know some people in this situation are harming themselves by cutting, burning, scratching, picking at wounds, and even breaking their bones on purpose. Self-harm is a way some of us deal with difficult, painful, and overwhelming emotions. People self-harm for a number of reasons, including these. But if you self-harm, it's important to know basic first aid and safety skills. But we must also realize that self-injury can cause a variety of complications, including permanent scarring. More importantly, though, self-harm can lead to greater feelings of shame, guilt, and low self-esteem. Think of this like the snowball effect. You might self-harm to feel better temporarily, but in the long run, you're simply building up more and more depression inside because you harmed yourself and your body knows that's not a good thing. And this can lead to you wanting to harm yourself more. So it goes in a never-ending loop that just gets worse and worse as time goes on. Even if you don't mean to, you can cut major blood vessels or arteries inside of your body, causing major blood loss. And again, even if you don't mean to, you can accidentally or deliberately pass away by even a small cut. So how do we overcome these feelings? Well, if cutting helps you release anger, maybe try hitting a pillow, stomping on the ground, rip up pieces of paper, flatten cans, or even get yourself a punching bag to take your anger out on. I used to smash Matchbox cars of mine, and it helped a lot. If cutting helps you reduce tension, try going for a run around town, do some yoga, meditate, stretch a rubber band, and let it go. If cutting helps you ease sadness in your life, try texting or calling a friend and talking about something to get your mind off of it. Listen to a favorite song, eat some comfort food, write out your feelings in a poem, a song, or just in a letter that you never send. Do something with your family or friends that makes you feel supported. If cutting helps you feel more numb, try putting your hand in ice water, snapping a rubber band on your wrist, or clapping your hands together pretty hard. If cutting helps you feel more in control, try to play a game where you can control a character's experiences. Write stories, set physical activity goals for yourself, and beat your own record. In order to stop self-harm altogether, though, it can be very difficult. Try finding someone who is understanding and can listen to what you're going through. Try finding an adult who you can connect with, a teacher, a family member, or in your community. Many people who find a safe space to talk about their feelings can overcome these feelings much quicker and easier than going it alone. But self-harm is just a symptom of depression. So how can we overcome depression as a whole? Like I said before, I live with depression every single day. But I found these techniques very effective in overcoming those dark feelings. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is set myself some goals for the day. I don't make these goals massive because bigger goals will take a few days to accomplish. Instead, I'm talking about smaller goals, such as getting out of bed, getting a shower, getting dressed, eating a small breakfast, go to school or go to work, get to my next class, eat lunch, get a start on that book report, and so on. Every single day, you should have some smaller goals that you can easily accomplish. This way, at the end of the day, you can look back and really take a look at everything you've done and say, wow, I did a lot today. I also always have things planned in the future. My friends and family all know that I live with depression, so it's important for them to be a part of this process too. But make sure you have something planned a week from now, something else planned a month from now, a year from now, and so on. Having things planned in the future with these increments can help you always feel like you're working towards something. And no matter how small these plans are in a week, a month, or a year, they can help give your brain a reason to keep wanting to stick around for those plans. Even if your friends and family don't know you have depression, try making small plans with them anyway, and that way your friends have something to look forward to and talk with you about. If you have a big project or goal in mind, break it down into tiny parts, and that way you can accomplish the smaller goals one at a time. And that way you're not trying to build a skyscraper in a day. Instead, build one floor at a time. Another great tip is to build a support network. For some of us, that network can include our family members or our friends. But if one or all of your family members aren't supportive, please know that I've gone through that exact situation as well, so you're not alone. As I've said before on the show, my mother wanted both of her kids to commit suicide, and she pushed both of us towards it. Because of that, I know how hard it can be to keep fighting onward, even though one of the people who should love you the most in this world doesn't want you there in it. But throughout that entire experience, I kept fighting, partly because I knew that my life was worth living, just like I know now that your life is worth living. And partly because I wanted to prove my mother wrong. I wanted to someday stand here and laugh in her face that I went on to live a normal life, even though she tried to end it. Just know if you can't seem to find a support network at home or with your friends in school or at work, please know you always have a family here in the LGBTQ and here at Powered by Rainbows. And we're always here for you. Next, try reducing the stress in your life. Try understanding that you don't need to put all of this pressure on yourself. You don't need an A+ on every test, believe me. You should get regular exercise, make sure you're getting enough sleep. Try looking on the bright side of situations around you, because there is always a bright side. Give yourself some leeway and allow yourself to feel emotions. Don't just stuff them deep down inside and bottle those emotions up, but allow yourself the moments to feel these emotions. And try accepting your weaknesses and forgive yourself for them, because no one is perfect. Some great ways to feel less stressed are to go for a walk or a run around town. Give yourself a night off every so often to go out with friends or jump on a video call with your friends if you're still living through a pandemic like we are now. Maybe try to meditate for an hour. There are some great applications on your phone or videos on YouTube that can help you with this. Next up, try to improve your sleeping patterns. Turn off all electronics at least an hour before you go to bed every night. Use a dim light to read a book. Chicken Soup for the Soul is a great option here if you need a recommendation. Or there are LGBTQ history books you can find online. Or you can engage in another relaxing activity, like cuddling with your pets for this last hour of every day. Only use your bed for sleep and other more adult activities. Don't try to do work or homework in your bed or even in your bedroom. I know this one seems silly at first, but trust me, it works. A few years ago, I had my computer in my bedroom, and I tried this tip out. I moved my computer into another room and set up an office there. I keep my work in my office, and that way, whenever I walk into my bedroom, I leave that work and that stress behind me. This is hands down one of the best decisions I've ever made and has reduced my stress monumentally. Try to also improve your eating habits by eating at more normal hours and have a more balanced diet. This can greatly improve your mental and physical health. Next, try doing some chores around the house. Cleaning up the dirty clothes around your bedroom, putting all of your toys or books away each night, cleaning the dishes in the sink, and vacuuming the floor are all things that make our brains feel better. We might say that we don't mind the mess in our bedrooms or our house, but our brain does mind, and it wants organization and cleanliness. Two of the biggest tips I can give you here are, first, to create a wellness toolbox. This is a set of tools you can use whenever you're feeling down. For example, cuddling with your pets, listening to your favorite music, or a YouTube channel you really enjoy. Gee, if only there was a YouTuber I can recommend here. Take a warm bath, read a good book, write a story or a poem, draw your favorite character or animal, or go for a walk. Secondly, one of the biggest tips I can give you here is to get involved and volunteer your time helping others. Whether this is on the local level or for an international organization, volunteering helps greatly. Get involved with your community. Help a local charity or a sporting team with their activities or fundraising. Help a local group set up for an event they have coming up. Volunteer at a local pride event near you. Or help an LGBTQ charity like PA Equality Project, Human Rights Campaign, or others in gaining equality for our community. I will tell you for a fact that as soon as I started volunteering my time and helping the LGBTQ community, I felt immensely better about myself, and it gave me a huge sense of self-worth and self-accomplishment. I'm not saying you have to run a TV show like I do, but get involved, because if you get involved with your community and volunteer, the help you give others will be returned to you 10 times over with your mental health. Lastly, please know that as we study LGBTQ history over the centuries, we realize some of the best people in our community who have done some of the greatest work also had depression. I'm not saying I'm one of those, but I will tell you that my story is something you can look at for inspiration if you wanted to. I thought a lot about ending my life over the years, and at times, I even planned it all out. There were nights when I woke up from nightmares, and in those nightmares, I was trying to end my life. But in those moments, I've relied heavily on my support system, on that toolbox we talked about earlier. I've leaned heavily on all of these techniques I've talked about a moment ago, and I overcame those feelings. I still have depression, and that won't ever go away because it's something we're born with. But through these tips, I've learned how to accept it as a part of me. And by accepting it, I can be happier. And there are days when I don't even think about my depression at all. There are still days when I sit in bed and I don't want to do anything at all. And that's okay too. But those around me know the warning signs now. And they can step in when they see there's too much stress or too many dark thoughts in my life. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but I will say that I wouldn't be here now helping others overcome depression if I hadn't gone through it myself. Those of us who live with depression are the only ones who know how bad it can make us feel. But by knowing how dark those thoughts can be, it helps us help others later in life. From everyone we've talked to these past few weeks researching this episode, it seems most people who are counselors or therapists, most of the people who now get to help thousands of people every day, most of them have all been suicidal at one point in their lives. And to think, if they had ended their beautiful lives, they wouldn't have been able to help others later in life. So no matter what you want to do for a living someday, whether it's run a TV show, be a therapist, or be a construction worker, or whatever you end up doing, just know that your life is worth living, and you'll accomplish great things. I know that for a fact. But just in case there are moments when those dark thoughts overpower all of these techniques, please know that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to talk about your feelings with someone. So again, please reach out to the hotline in your country using the phone numbers listed on the screen throughout this episode. Reach out to the Trevor Project at trevorchat.org and talk with someone now. By the way, all of these numbers and websites listed here are free to call. Most of them are open 24/7 unless otherwise noted, and they are completely confidential. If you live in a country where being LGBTQ is illegal, just be careful. But again, even in those countries, you can go to trevorchat.org, which is confidential and free of charge. Finally, let's talk about how you can support a friend who has depression. As Befrienders Worldwide says best, look at the individual, not the harm. Look at the person behind the scars. Scars are not important. The person that did them is important. As they suggest, if your friend has depression, or even if you think they have depression, check up on them routinely. Ask them how they are feeling, and don't be judgmental here. If they feel suicidal, don't make them feel guilty about the effect it has on others around them. Instead, let your friend know that you want to listen to them and hear how they are feeling when they feel ready and able to talk. If your friend self-harms, and if they discuss it with you, be compassionate and respect what the person is telling you. You may not understand it, or you may find it difficult to accept someone who is self-harming, but try to be compassionate and understanding for the other person's sake. Understand that it's a long and hard journey to stop depression and self-harm. Someone will only stop self-harming when they feel ready and able to do so. But remember that resources and coping techniques do exist to help them. I always keep the number of the Trevor Project on my phone just in case one of my friends needs it, or just in case I'm walking in the grocery store one day and I see someone who might need me to stay there with them so we can call the Trevor Project together so they can get the help they need. So I always suggest keep the number of your suicide prevention hotline in your country on your phone at all times. In these moments, try to sit next to your friend and be there by their side. Even if they don't feel like talking, just knowing someone is there who cares for them can mean a great deal to your friend. No matter how exhausting it might be, just keep reminding them of how loved they are and how much they will accomplish one day, because they are beautiful and their life is worth living. You've all seen my best friend Becca on the show before, but you may not know she's saved my life on multiple occasions by doing exactly this. She saw the signs and came to help me. She just sat there for hours with me and kept reminding me of the things I needed to hear, even though I kept telling her they weren't true. Eventually it worked, and I owe her a great deal for that. Sure, some of these tips are things the experts helped us word a little better for this episode, But every single one of these tips and techniques are things I personally use every day, and I stand beside them because I know from personal experience they work wonders. And even if you don't trust me yet, which I completely understand, by the way, just please try them out for yourself, and hopefully you'll see I would never lie to you about this. You are amazing, you're loved by so many people, and you'll do so many great things later in life. I promise you.
Good evening, friends and family. This is by far the most important video I have ever shared with you, so please pay close attention to my every word. The next 4 weeks of my life will no doubt be the most important and life-changing 4 weeks I have ever lived. And because I want you to play a special role in those 4 weeks, I need to tell you this right now.
Hey, what's up you guys, it's Troy Sivan, and this is probably the most nervous I've ever been in my entire life, but I'm going to deal with it because I have something to tell you guys. The date today is August 7th, 2013, and the reason I'm telling you this is because on August 7th, 2010, I told my family that I am gay. And now on August 7th, 2013, I want you guys to know that I'm gay. I'm gay. And this may come as a shock to a lot of you, and it may be confusing, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. Growing up, I always knew I was a little bit different than everyone else. I always just had this feeling that I wasn't the same. When I was born, I always knew that something was a little bit different about me. I couldn't figure out what it was, but the word gay kind of scared me a lot when I was younger, and I knew that that wasn't a good thing.
I mean, I don't really know how else to put it, but like, I'm gay, and Austin is too, and we just wanted to like call and tell you.
Last night, when we were watching Andy and Jonah, you asked me, am I happy for Andy?
Yeah?
And I said, yes, I'm happy for Andy. But I'm also not happy.
How come? Are you jealous? Cyrus, do you like Andy? You like Jonah?
Well, I've realized recently that I have strong feelings for someone, romantic feelings.
Ooh, I have goosebumps.
I think I know where this is going. No, I don't think you do. So thanks for stopping by. This was a lot of fun. Okay.
For God's sake, Ellen, tell her you're gay. Ellen.
Is that true? Oh, that, well, it depends on how, what your definition of gay is, because, yes, I'm gay.
And one thing I never told you about me is that I really love rainbows, which is exactly why in my bedroom at home, and I kid you not, I have my own.
So, I'm just like you, except I have one huge-ass secret.
Hey! I like your boots! I said I like your boots! Goodbye!
Nobody knows I'm gay.
But nobody knows this.
We're getting a divorce. I'm anorexic! I'm gay.
What is happening here? I think Kenny said he's gay, and it also sounds like you're getting a divorce.
Did you know Kenny was gay? Do these capris make me look fat?
The Real O'Neills, new comedy Tuesday, March 8th on ABC.
Do you promise that you'll love me?
I promise I'll love you?
Yeah.
I'll always love you. What'd you do now?
Dad, I'm gay. Are you okay with that?
Casey, I love you, man. I'm okay with that. I always knew it. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I always knew it. I mean, that really mattered. To me, as your father, I love you. I'll always love you.
I don't know.
What? Nothing you could tell me that I would never stop loving you for, huh? You know that. What is it? What? Is it something about your personality?
I guess so.
What is it? I might know anyway.
Guess.
No, I don't want to guess. I want you to tell me. That boys or girls? You gay? It's okay, hon. I knew you were. I knew you were, hon. Shush. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, silly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love you no matter what in the world. Don't you know that? I just want you to be happy.
And I'm pretty sure you have no idea what we're about to say.
Okay, we're not
And
sure.
my heart is pounding right now.
Really?
Very nervous.
Adam and I are both gay.
Yeah.
You're both gay?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what, Luke? I thought you were, hon, but I was never
No,
sure.
I know, yeah. That's why
Adam.
it always drew the attention away from Adam.
Funny thing is, there's something else I never told you about me, and that is that I'm 100%, no doubt about it, kissed a boy and I really liked it, totally gay. And it's great to say that now.
Something that I want to tell you guys. I'm gay.
No, wait. We're Mormon. This is against everything we believe. You can't be gay.
Excuse me. Can we give you a ride home? Are you okay?
Customers giving Jeremy support.
I might need a ride.
Yeah. Well, we're here, so if you need a ride home, we can give you a ride.
Thank you so much.
For this couple, it's personal.
And guess what, young fellow? Our eldest daughter's gay. You're doing all the right stuff. You're very brave. You just be as best you can, and there's lots of people that will care.
Thank you.
The religious thing gets tough. I was just so happy when your daughter told us.
That's okay. It'll happen. You'll know when it's the right time.
Cyrus, help. I'm not recognizing anything here.
Okay, well, that, of course, is Aunt Ruthie's kugel. That's your classic bagel and lox. That's gefilte fish. Skip that. And I'm gay.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
Okay.
Write to Noah or tweet to Noah how watching the show gave them the courage to come out to their parents, which is extraordinary. What an incredible thing to know that's inspired someone to have that kind of courage.
Puffy, I feel weird. Different.
Cyrus, you've always been weird, but you're no different.
I'm so ashamed. I just keep praying to God, to Mom, for this to go away. Won't. If I don't fix this tonight.
It must be exhausting trying to fix something that's not broken.
But this is not something that I'm ashamed of, and it's not something that anyone should have to be ashamed of, so why not share it with all of you guys?
And I want to end this video by saying that I'm happier than I've ever been before in my life. And as many of you know, and as this film tells the story of, I had my first ever crush on a boy when I was 11 years old. And it took me so many years to accept that part of me and to accept who I am and who I love. And for my entire life, I've been happy with my career, I've been happy with my family and my friends, but really, up until about a year ago, I have been highly depressed. in everything else in my life. I've been painting on a smile, trying to fake the fact that I was happy for people in love. And finally, about a year ago, that all changed. And I met this boy, Tim, and we flirted with each other. And I finally felt like I was who I was supposed to be in those moments. And though we never really had a relationship at all, I'm not claiming that we had one, I finally felt like I was where I belonged. And I finally felt like I was accepted. And I'm extremely lucky to work in an industry where being gay is normal. In fact, being straight is the outlier. I'm extremely lucky that my friends and my family all accepted me with open arms, and I hope you can do the same. And so, while I hope every one of you that I'm sending this video to will accept me for who I am and love me just the same, if not more now, I want you to know that if for some reason you can't accept me for who I am, just know I don't really care anymore, because I am who I am. I'm not going to change that. I spent my entire life trying to change something that was at the core of my DNA, and you can't do that. And I know some of you are going to try to relate to what I'm going through. And if you're gay, you're bi, you're transgender, I think you can understand the coming out process and stuff. But unless you've gone through that, the best way I can describe it is, imagine spending the first 24 years of your life not knowing what your name was. And then suddenly you turn 25 and you find out what your name is. You can finally start living the life you were meant to live. And it's an incredible feeling. And that's why we have this immense pride, why we have flags, why we have parades, because we finally arrived at the destination we were always meant to be at. And so I'm happy, and that's all I want to be. And from now on, I love who I love.